2, 1. Welcome to the May 5th City Council meeting. I am Jim Nash. I am the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. I would like to open by making everyone aware that this meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. I now call the City Council to order. City Clerk, oh, Laura's back. Laura, please take the roll.
Sure. Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Gore. I believe I've made her a co-host. Councillor Gore? Here. Okay.
Here she is.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
And Councillor Perry.
Okay.
I may not have unmuted him. Wait, Councillor Perry? Okay, 1 second. Whoops. There we go. Hope that's going to do it. Councillor Perry, are you? Okay. Council President, you have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you, Laura. Okay, and I'm going to go off script a little here because just to let everybody know that the link to this meeting needed to be updated at the last minute. So if people are struggling to get in, I'm mostly speaking to anybody who might be out there trying to follow us via through television or through the internet. That if you download the agenda right now, you should have the right link to get in here so you can participate and provide public comment at the right time. Now that we are convened, we have 2 public hearing announcements to tend to prior to opening public comment. First, announcement of a public hearing on item 22.081, National Grid Pole Petition for 1 JO pole on Clark Street. Per Mass General Law, Chapter 166, Section 22, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, May 19th at 7 p.m. on National Grid's petition to install 1 JO pole on Clark Street. Instructions for accessing the hearing may be found on the May 19th, 2022 City Council agenda to be posted on the city's website at www.northamptonma.gov. No later than 48 hours prior to the meeting, the City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. We have a second announcement. Announcement of public hearing on administrative order by order of the City Council. The Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing by remote participation on Thursday, May 19th, 2022 at 7:15 p.m. What is this on? Oh, it's in here. Instructions for accessing, I've already read that with the prior one, it's the same. The City Council will consider proposed amendments to the City of Northampton Administrative Code, Part 1, Administrative Organization, Section 3.0, Health and Human Services Division. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. The City Council meeting begins at 7 p.m. So those are the announcement of public hearings. And now we will go to public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raised hand feature. The raised hand feature is in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you are having trouble raising your hand, you may use the chat feature to send a message to, not me, but Councillor Foster, and we will work to make sure you have your chance to speak. A little note on chat: to ensure equal access and because of the open meeting law, technical problems such as not being able to raise your hand are the only thing that the chat function is used for, and the chat function will only be available during public comment. We cannot accept comment over chat, private chat, or chat only visible on Zoom during a public meeting is antithetical to an open public process, in violation of the council rules for public participation, and violates the spirits and potentially the law of open meeting law. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov, and it will be sent to all counselors and will be part of the public record. I will unmute each raised hand in the order raised. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to 2 minutes. You are in no way obligated to use the full 2 minutes, but if you do, after 2 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. A 2-minute timer. Do we have the timer, Karen? Yes. A 2-minute timer will appear in the Zoom gallery display to help speakers track their time. According to the council rules, we do not respond during public comment as it is your time to speak. So while your comment should be directed to us, you will understand when we do not respond. Our rules also state that counselors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. Also, according to open meeting law, if someone is disrupting a meeting, they may be removed. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor, and all comments are to be directed to the council. One last note, this meeting can also be watched on Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube and other platforms. So, do we have anybody for public comment? I see 2 hands raised. Let's see. Okay, Rick last. You have the floor.
Let's see if I can unmute.
See if we can get you unmuted, Rick. There we go.
Yes, I had to answer your question. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Rick Last, Ward 6, Florence. I'm speaking in favor of the resolution supporting the Fair Share Amendment. The Massachusetts economy works great for those at the top, but that prosperity doesn't reach everybody. Why is it our economy is so unfair that the income of our top 10% is 9 times greater than the bottom 90%? In November, Massachusetts voters have the chance to chip away at this disparity by voting yes on the Fair Share Amendment ballot question, which would add a modest 4% tax on the portion of a person's annual income over $1 million. The $2 billion raised each year for education and transportation could be used to support chronically underfunded public schools, pre-K programs, and to make our public colleges and universities more affordable. In addition, the monies could be used for our crumbling roads and bridges and build a reliable public transportation that supports a green economy. Restructuring our tax policy will not impact 99% of it. It will only raise taxes on those who make $1 million a year or more, and that translates to about 0.6% of all households. As a teacher, I've witnessed firsthand how the lack of funding impacts student learning. It's imperative that we address such issues such as poor building conditions, lack of resources for teachers, and poverty wages for education support staff. This tax will help the schools and give them the resources they need. Please support this resolution and show our city's support for fairness and equity. And if I just have a few seconds, just to 2 sentences, also adding my voice to the resolution in opposition to Proposition 22 clone ballot initiative. Yet another attack on workers, creates a sub-minimum wage for app-based workers, denies opportunities for overtime premiums, removes anti-discrimination provisions, and eliminates workers' compensation protection. Please add your voice to oppose this ballot method. We need to protect and
It's
expand.
time, Rick, if you can finish your sentence.
That's it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Rick, I think you benefited from the timer being down. Okay, Connell.
Hello, my name is Connell Hetty in Northampton, Ward 2. So I wanted to get here for the public comment section. I want to thank Councilors Gore and Jarrett, I think, for introducing the resolution against the Prop 22 clone. So I'm a member of the local DSA chapter. We're very concerned. We're working on this ballot initiative and the fair share one. We're very concerned about workers' rights in the state. And really, this is about the future of work for all of us. Like Massachusetts has some of the strongest labor laws in the country, and these tech companies are trying to buy their ability to not follow the laws, just like every other employer. And the, like Rick mentioned, it would create a sub-minimum wage. I mean, estimated to be under $5 an hour, remove protections both for drivers and the general public in terms of liability. Like you have to sue the individual drivers and not Uber. And then the civil rights protections for drivers, they need those, especially for the diversity of the workforce. And in California, when Prop 22 went through, costs to riders went up and driver pay went down. It doesn't even do what they say it'll do for the drivers. And then I think, everyone, if you think you have a stable job, you think your job can't be turned into gig work, we all should not be sure of that. They're coming for all sorts of things next. Nursing, teaching, anything can be turned into an app. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Connell. All right, next, we have Gwen. Laura, can you see how to unmute Gwen?
Sure, 1 second. Let's see.
Gwen here?
Trouble finding her. 1 second. Oh, there she is. Gotcha. Sorry, Gwen, you should be okay now.
Okay, good. Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. As usual, I find something to share when I come here. I didn't really have a plan tonight. However, it does happen to be about the Fair Share Amendment. And so I just want to share that I live in public housing in Northampton, and I am a resident in Northampton. And I drove for Uber after I lost my tile business. And my first really frightening experience was getting stuck in the middle of a shotgun fight in public housing in Jamaica Plain. It nicked my car, and it was just really frightening. And after that happened, I continued driving for Uber because I needed the money and I had to support my kids, and I wasn't in public housing at the time. And I was trying to hang on to my tile business until I got better from that injury. But on April 17th, 2017, I was rear-ended at about 40 miles an hour. And I lost everything. I lost my liability. I lost my full tile business. I lost my family. I lost my home. I lost my gardens. I lost my car almost. I lost everything. And of course, you see that I have now ended up in Northampton, and that is a direct result of what happens when vulnerable people are desperate, especially in my case, single moms who pick up these gig jobs, not realizing the wear and tear it's going to put on themselves, on their bodies, on their cars, on their families. And so I just wanted to support that and share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Counselor Nash is having some connection issues. So I'll check to see, is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment? I don't see any hands. I'll just look for a second. Okay. So we will close public comment, and next up is 1-minute announcements from counselors and committee chairs. Counselor Gore.
Yeah, I was able to go to 2 very good events at Pulaski Park over the past couple weekends. I just want to give a shout out to them. One was the Disability Rights Rally that was in Pulaski Park. It was put on by Jeremy Dubs and some other organizers, and they're calling it the Disablist Movement. And they have a list of demands, which include being more accessible to the sidewalks being more accessible and businesses being more accessible to disabled people and differently able people in our community. And just wanted to say that it was a really well organized rally in March. And I hope their demands get answered by the city. And I also had the opportunity to go to a May Day celebration for International Workers' Day in Pulaski Park. It was put on by the DSA, Jobs with Justice, and the Western Mass Labor Federation. And it was a really good event. They talked about the Fair Share Amendment, and they talked about how to unionize at your workplace. So I just wanted to say those were 2 really good events, and I love seeing events in the park like that. And it really makes our city, more vibrant when we have events like that in the park.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Jarrett, had I seen your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to make an announcement about the Legislative Matters meeting, which is next Monday, May 9th at 5:30 p.m. And we'll be taking up the broker's fees home rule petition that was discussed. We had great participation in the community resources meeting last month. So we'll be looking at that and this coming Monday. Thanks.
And Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say there is something to celebrate. Broughton Meadows Homes Wall Raising by Pioneer Valley Habitat for Humanity. And that's going to happen on Portsmouth Road, Wednesday, May 11th from 5 p.m. on Zoom. And you can go onto their website and you can see the beautiful artwork that was done by a resident on Portsmouth Road, Andrew Gwinnett. He did such a beautiful job of the 3 houses. And I am hoping that you counselors can participate on this. We've been looking for affordable houses, and these houses are just gorgeous. So if you can get on their website, Pioneer Valley Habitat for Humanity, you can see the agenda, and our mayor, Gina Louise Scherer, will be speaking, Lindy Sabadosa and I, and several other people. And it is a beautiful celebration. I am so happy of having these 3 affordable houses being built on Portsmouth Road. Thank you.
And Councilor Maori. Yeah, hi. You know how you all know that I'm in the pocket of Big B. So I have to push No Mo May one more time. I gotta get better graphics though. If you can see that wmassbees.org,
Yep.
it's pretty easy. If you go right to that, you'll see a sign up link, and we are picking up signs tomorrow, and they're free. And even if you just want to do it for a few weeks, let your mower take a nap, or do it just part of your lawn. It all really helps boost our local pollinator counts. So please join us in any form that you can. Thank you.
Counselor Perry, are you also in the pocket of Big B? Go ahead.
I'll give her my outfit.
Thank you. Going along with Councilor Maori, just a reminder that this Saturday, May 7th, is the Northampton Education Foundation's annual plant sale. And that is, I believe, from 9 to 1 at Smith Vocational School. You know, this is a great time of year to go get your plants, and all of the proceeds, I believe, go towards books and online resources for the schools. So do that.
Any other counselors? And Mayor, did you have an announcement for us? Or I know there's presentations. Okay. All right. So that brings us actually to presentations. And first up is the Finance Director's third quarter reports. I'm assuming Director Nardi hopefully is a co-host by now.
Let me make her one quickly, if not.
Okay, she's not.
There she is.
We got it.
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. So just to start, this is the third quarter. So we actually, after the end of March, it's the third quarter. And these reports that you have, I'm starting with the general fund revenues, third quarter for FY 2022, show you the revenue that we've collected as of the end of March 2022. So from July 1st to March 31st, 2022. As I noted, we're 75% through the year. And as I look at the reports, and I hope as you look at the reports, we're kind of looking at two different metrics. One, we're looking at, are we meeting the budget expectations of the year as how we've set the budget? And secondly, how are we doing compared to pre-pandemic years for those line items that were most impacted? So if you look at the first page on that report, this is for the general fund, you'll see that motor vehicle excise looks very good. It's running ahead of the FY22 budget estimates at 2.4 million, and it is in line and slightly above the prior years, actually all three prior years, FY19 through FY 2021. If you think about when you looked at it back in the second quarter, you may have noticed that it was way behind, and that is because the main billing for these for your excise taxes goes out in February, and most of the payments come in March. So that's why you see such a big jump if you look back to the old report. Hotel motel revenue is at 618,000, and it is exceeding the budget estimates and is improved over last year, but we're still running behind FY20, which was the last, FY20, even that quarter, we were not in the pandemic yet. So we're at about 90%. Or about $70,000 behind that year. Meals revenue is running ahead of the FY22 budget estimates. We collected 521,000. We're at still about 90% of where we were at the third quarter in FY 2020 before the pandemic. Marijuana revenue is coming in on target for the FY22 budget. We're at 914,000 or 79% of the budget. The revenue is not quite as good as it was in FY 2021 or FY 2020. And we talked about this last time too. We are only at 66.7% of FY 20 and 87% of where we were in FY 2021. Again, we mentioned that we're continuing to see a slight decline in our market share, and we feel this is due to more shops opening up around the state. We're still hoping at some point that levels off because this has become a significant revenue source for the city. If you look at the lower part of page 1, and we talk about the pilots, that's the payments in lieu of taxes. These amounts are spelled out in agreements and are calculated based on those agreements. Most have been received, and all the other ones where you see they haven't will be by the end of May. If you look at page 2, parking revenues, collectively, the total for the third quarter, which includes first, second, and third quarter, the parking revenues are at about $1 million. This is much improved compared to the $597,000 from last year, the same quarter time period. However, it's still not back to pre-pandemic levels. We're running about $500,000 behind, or only 75% compared to FY19, which is the last time parking revenues, was fully enforced before the pandemic. So to note about that, it's rebounding and it's better than last quarter, but we aren't rebounding as quickly as the hotel, motel, and meals. We will probably meet our target for this year, though, the budget we set. Ambulance services continues, as you can see, to be a significant source of revenue. And we have exceeded our budget expectations for this year already. And we have one more quarter to go. Charges for services and licenses, which is the bottom of page 2 and 3. In those groupings, you can see, looking at the last column, that we were running ahead in some lines and behind in others. I want to still note that building inspector permits are running slightly behind our estimates. I mentioned it last time. We're assuming this is because of the supply chain issues, and that there are fewer people to do the work. Getting a tradesperson at this time is just very difficult. They've been very busy. And again, supplies are backlogged. So charges and services overall, we're running slightly behind at 68.4%. And we are running slightly ahead in licenses and permits at 85%. And then if you go to the top of page 4, these are the state aid revenues. Again, I mentioned this, they come in when they come in. These are part of the cherry sheets that we talk about, and they're voted as part of the Massachusetts state budget. So they are on target as expected. And then if you go, again, still on page 4, you can see with parking tickets that we have collected 109% of our estimated budget already this year. However, we are only 81% of what we collected for the same time period in FY19, and only 82% of FY20. So again, this is one of the biggest revenues that have been hit by the pandemic, and it is not coming back as fast as the other ones. So it's something we're keeping an eye on. So for general fund, overall, the budgets are in sync with the budget projections. We feel they are on track, but we're not back to pre-pandemic levels, especially in some key areas. And so when we think about the budget, and when we talk in the next couple of meetings about the FY23 budget, we are being very conservative, and we're keeping an eye on these budget revenue sources. So then if you go to the second report, which is the general fund expenditures. Excuse me, I'll pull that out. If you go through those, and I'm sorry, I lost my piece of paper, which tells me what to say. The third quarter puts us, again, we're at 75% through the year. So if you look at the report, you'll see that each department with their PS salaries, or PS lines, which are salary lines, and the OM, which is their expense lines. You will see that things look good. They look on track and as expected. I don't see anything out of order. You will notice that, like snow and ice, that is over the budget, and we have a transfer request presented tonight to address that. Again, I'll note, if you look down the side, that not all the expenses happen equally throughout the year. So you're going to see some at 100%, some at 75, and some below. And that's where we should be at this point, 75% or below. So overall, expenses are tracking as expected, and nothing seems to be out of the ordinary for that. And then if we look at, if you go to the report called Enterprise Revenues, FY 2022, quarter three. Everything is tracking as expected. The enterprise funds are running at about equal or slightly ahead of budget expectations. So, and those revenues are in line with prior years as well. So those are all looking good. And then if you go to the last report for enterprise expenses, they also are tracking as expected. Again, the same rules apply. If you look at the left column, items should be at 75% or less. Generally, the enterprise funds percentages are lower a little bit because there's a lot of ongoing projects. So some funds get carried forward to accommodate those projects that run over 2 fiscal years. And that's about all I have for my report.
We'll get you, Counselor Nash. I'll unmute you.
Oh, there I
Okay.
go. I'm talking to myself. All right, yeah, counselors, any questions? And thank you, Director Nardi. I said all of these nice things to myself.
Oh,
So,
thank you.
counselors, any questions?
Yeah, I got my hand up.
Oh, Counselor Labarge.
Thank you. Nadine, I want to thank you very, very much for your very thorough presentation on the financing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Director Nardi, in terms of, parking, meals, hotel, cannabis, that we budgeted things downward over the last year, anticipating, that revenues are going to be down in these areas. Between the peak of, 2 years ago and where we are right now, what is the difference both in terms of percentage or just in overall revenue?
So in hotel motel, we're about $70,000 behind where we were in FY 20. So remember FY 20, so the pandemic happened around March 13th. So there was really only 17 days in March where everything kind of closed down. So I still feel like FY 20, when I look at those revenues, those were still comparable to FY 19. So I'm comparing where we are today to FY 20 for up till third quarter anyway. Like I said, we're at like 90% of that. So that's where we stand on that. And meals is about the same. We're running about 90% of where we were prior to the pandemic. Parking is where we got hit the hardest. And it appears, I can make a lot of assumptions. There's a lot of people who seem to be coming back to town to dine and to visit and to, to shop. But I think there might be, I'm guessing that the people that aren't returning are the people who aren't returning to work. Either a lot of companies are they're having their employees stay home because we're not seeing parking come back to the same degree. We seem to be in the, like around the 80%, 70 to 80% for parking. So that's what we got to keep an eye on. Because it's just not coming back the same as we've seen the other ones. And marijuana, the marijuana revenue, again, that 3% tax, I don't even think that has anything to do with it. We really think that is more because as more shops open around the state, we are losing our market share. So where we were seeing, because we were the first, we had that opportunity to, Northampton had that opportunity to gain that much revenue for this. But now there are more shops opening up. So that's going to even out. The market's going to correct itself now.
Thank you. Counselors, Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. Thanks, Director Nardi. You answered almost all the questions that I had come up with. The question about the community care department's listing, it was, I think, listed at, we've spent 0.1%. But I think Director Donovan was hired before April 1st, so I was just curious about that.
So yes, and I don't know if the mayor wants to speak to this, but the city did get an earmark from the state of $150,000 to support the Department of Community Care. And that money came in, I think right after the beginning of the calendar year. And we need to spend that money prior to June 30th. So we moved all expenses for that department into that grant. So that's why you see no money spent, but we are spending it.
Okay, great, thanks. And where will we see a report of that at any point, or of any, you know, I guess that's a more general question, right? When there's earmarks and other revenue such as that, is that something that we get to see a report of, or is outside of our jurisdiction?
I don't know if the mayor, so I'm just not familiar enough, Councilor Jarrett, to answer that. I don't know if there's a report on grants and such at some point. I'll let the mayor speak to that.
Yeah.
Well, this is my first earmark, so I don't know the answer to that question. We can get an answer for you, but having been a counselor for 8 years, I don't recall getting a report on grants. You know, we have all sorts of grants, all, you know, in various departments. And correct me if I'm wrong, other counselors, but I don't recall like a report on grants, but we can get you an answer on that. I don't know if there's something special about earmarks, but it's my first time, so I'll find out.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Counselors, any other questions?
Yes, I got my hand up.
Oh, Counselor Labarge, sorry I missed your hand there.
This is in regards to the mayor. She's absolutely correct. As long as I've been a city councilor, we've never been seeing anything to do with the grants coming to us with information on it. So the mayor was absolutely correct with what she just stated.
Counselor Maori.
I guess my follow-up is, you know, how do we as counselors make decisions about budgets if we don't know the full picture of a, say, a department's resources?
So, I mean, the earmark was talked about in the budget last year.
Yeah, I remember that we talked about it.
Right?
So, I mean, we do talk, I guess what I'm saying is I feel like we have talked about it before because, anyway.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if it was in the budget book, but we discussed it when we were talking about the department as a whole. So I assume that we'll be doing that again.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, thanks, Counselor Maori. Yeah, I think, you know, the question for me is, you know, we are spending that money in that came from the earmark, and having an understanding of how much we've spent of that and what we're spending it on would be helpful as we're thinking about next year's budget, which probably will not have an earmark such as that. So the things that were grant funded that now won't be, issues like that, I think it would be helpful to have some idea of the money that's being spent. Thanks.
Okay, counselors, any other questions? Giving Counselor Labarge another look here. No hand raised. Okay, so Director Nardi, thank you for that presentation, and thank you, Mayor, for helping out.
Thank you.
Next up is we are going to skip. I'm going to move the consent agenda to the last thing that we do for the night, so that you know, I think most of it things on the consent agenda are pretty straightforward, and we have a lot of information to grapple with here. So next up, we're going to go to financial orders in first reading. And let's skip all of that consent agenda. And we have item 22.095 in order to appropriate CPA funds for Shepherd Barn Historic Preservation Project. And I believe Sarah is here to speak to this. Is that correct?
Yes, Sarah LaValle is here.
Sarah
may be-
LaValle, where are you?
She may need to be made a co-host.
Search her out, Laura.
I sure will. There she is. There we
All
go.
right. You got to be much quicker than expected. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, you saw that consent agenda, so you thought you could
Yeah.
have dinner or something. So, well, you know what, while
I
you're
heard my
getting
name.
yourself settled, I'm just gonna read this. Whereas Historic Northampton Inc. submitted a CPA application for Community Preservation Act funding for preservation and reconstruction of the 1805 Shepherd Barn in preparation for its reopening to the public and use as an exhibit and performance space. Whereas all work will be consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. Whereas CPA funds will be used to help secure an important historic resource that is valued by the community and the region, on which the city holds a permanent preservation restriction and will expand Historic Northampton's public programming opportunities. Whereas on April 12th, 2022, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend that $173,000 in Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, be it ordered. I read these because this is good stuff, you know, that $173,000 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Act Fund to Historic Northampton for the Shepherd Barn Preservation Project, and that the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee, the mayor, and the city council. I'll leave the specifics off. So, all right, Sarah, you have time to get to your desk now?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, now my laptop has decided to update Zoom, so I'm on a phone, but that's okay.
Oh, yours is mine. That's what mine did.
I am Sarah. So I'm Sarah LaValle, and I'm staff to the Community Preservation Committee and also a Conservation and Preservation Planner in the Office of Planning and Sustainability. And since this is the first big funding recommendation for new members of the council, I can start with an overview of the CPA if that would be the council's pleasure and if that would be helpful.
Sure.
All right. So the Community Preservation Act allows communities to create a local community preservation fund. And that's through a surcharge of up to 3% of the real estate tax levy on real property. And the act also creates a state matching fund. CPA funds may be used for the acquisition and preservation of open space, for preservation and restoration of historic buildings and artifacts, for the creation, preservation, and support of community housing, as well as for acquisition, creation, preservation, and rehabilitation of land for recreational use. And these are separate from the city operating budget and can't supplant other funds. In each fiscal year, at least 10% of the revenues in the Community Preservation Fund need to be spent or set aside for open space, which includes recreational uses, 10% for historic preservation, and 10% for community housing. And the rest can be spent on any eligible funding area and up to 5% spent on administration. Recommendations for CPA funding allocations are made by the CPC, and City Council then makes final approvals, which is what you're being requested to do tonight. The Northampton CPC consists of 9 members. This includes 1 representative each from the Conservation Commission, Historical Commission, Housing Authority, Planning Board, Parks and Recreation, as well as 2 appointed members and 2 representatives elected in a citywide election. Since the CPA was passed in 2005, the CPC and Council have completed 155 project recommendations. I encourage councilors and members of the public to visit the CPC website and take a look at the Community Preservation Plan, which was just updated, for additional information about the CPA and projects funded in Northampton. The CPC holds 2 funding rounds each fiscal year, and this is the second of those. And combined with the almost 1.4 million recommended by the CPC and approved by council in late 2021, these will fully expend CPA funding that's available this fiscal year.
I was going to hit more lighting and you finished. All right. Sarah, you want to tell us a little about this award for the Shepherd Barn?
Sure, absolutely. So this is Historic Northampton planned final grant application for the Shepherd Barn. The Historic Northampton has been funded several times in the past for the good work that they do. And this work will allow the barn to be completed and finally open to the public as an event space and exhibition area. The CPC heard a tremendous amount of public support for the work that Historic Northampton does and for this project in particular.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions for Sarah on the appropriation of CPA funds for Shepherd Barn? Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. Yeah, this seems like a great project. I'm excited to see it come to fruition and be able to go there. I was curious, I know there were some other historic preservation applications, and I wondered if you had a sense of the committee's, why this one in particular was chosen.
Sure. Councilor Jarrett, are you referencing the Holly Street project in particular?
And there was there a small grant application as well?
Yeah, so the small grant application for the signage was funded. So that's going to be moving forward this year. That was an exciting project that the CPC thought would have a lot of impact for just $3,000 invested in city funds. And the Holly Street project, if it does come forward, will be coming forward in FY 2023. We worked with the applicant, O'Connell Associates, to figure out something that would avoid a potential borrowing scenario in FY 22. So that might be coming forward later this summer.
Great, thanks.
Counselor Labarge, I saw your virtual hand raised and your video is off. There she, Counselor, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had my hand up, but Alex was there, so I wanted to listen to him.
Yeah, well, you were using your virtual hand. I was surprised by that. Go, you have the floor.
Well,
if you
I
would
thought
like.
I would change a little bit.
You did. You threw me a curveball. Thank you. That's just what I need tonight. One more.
I'm surprised you didn't hear my husband. I mean, we had a bear out there and we can't get rid of him.
Okay.
Anyways.
Wouldn't surprise me, a bear.
You need
You
immediate
had a question.
But anyways, Sarah, I have a question for you, please.
Sure.
Now, when will this be completed?
Historic Northampton has already started work on portions of the barn. I would have to look at the application to see the exact timeline, but work is already moving forward and things are cooking along so soon.
All right, because I know you said that the public was going to be invited and everything, so I was just wondering on an update on that, when you thought it would be completed.
Yeah, I know the co-directors, Betty Sharp and Lori Sanders, are really excited about having people there. So definitely keep an eye on it.
How could we, Sarah, ever say no to something like this? You're talking about valuable historical pieces here about our city of Northampton. So I know where I'm going to support this.
Right. Counselors, any more questions? Well, I'm going to add that that Historic Northampton did a really wonderful promotional video with Quaverly Rothenberg playing cello in the barn. It's part of a fundraiser. Ward 3 resident, I just had to plug her, and that it's really remarkable. I think it's on the Historic Northampton website. But anyway, I think we're ready to vote on this. Seeing no more comments. Oh, we don't vote. This goes to
The
Oh, yeah, we vote to put this on the consent agenda or to send this to finance. Do I have a motion for where to send
Yes,
this?
I
I
would
move
like to make
referral.
a motion to send it on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion to put this on the consent agenda made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Moulton. Any discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes,
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay. So that, the Shepherd Barn CPA allocation will be going to the consent agenda. All right, next up, item 22.096, in order to appropriate $664,068 in CPA funds to Valley CDC for Prospect Place Housing Project. Let's see, whereas Valley Community Development Corporation submitted an application for Community Preservation Act funding for creation of approximately 60 affordable apartments at the former Northampton Nursing Home at 737 Bridge Road, whereas the project will adaptively reuse a vacant property that has fallen into disrepair, serves as a desperate local and regional housing need, and has widespread support. Whereas on April 20th, 2022, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend that $6,064.68 in Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, it be ordered that $664,068 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Act funding to Valley Community Development Corporation for the Prospects Place Housing Project, and that the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee, the mayor, and the city council. Sarah, do you have more to share? Did we lose her? Oh, she's here. She looks like she's clicking. Oh, it's one of those nights. Ah.
I think she can't unmute.
Okay, I made it one, but here we go. Oops. Sorry,
Yeah.
here we go.
All right, there we go. Sorry, I switched to my computer and it would not let me unmute. All right, so I know this is a project that counselors have heard about in different forums and discussions with Valley Community Development Corporation and neighbors. CPA funds will be utilized to create approximately 60 affordable units at the former Northampton Nursing Home. The existing building will be able to be renovated and reused, and the project will have a mix of studio through 3-bedroom rental units for families created. And this project is leveraging approximately $25 million in funding from a variety of other sources, and the CPC received extensive public support for the project.
Thank you, Sarah. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, I really appreciated the question and answer section in the application. I felt like that gave me a real update on what was going on as the CPC was considering this. And as I've said before, I'm in support of this. It'll be a wonderful addition to our affordable housing stock. And the part about, that the applicant is not responsible for correcting current traffic deficiencies. I certainly understand that. And I would certainly hope that we would prioritize this area for traffic calming and transit and pedestrian and bicycle access. And I imagine that that's going to take state funding and other more than we could really put in there. So I just wanted to encourage the mayor and other folks who are working with Valley CDC on this project to look for those opportunities.
Councillor Labarge using the virtual hand again.
Well, why don't you come over here and you can look with Rich at the Bears all the time. I'm going nuts with this. But anyways, Sarah. Where is she?
She's over here.
Sarah, okay. Sarah, I am very happy that this is happening. I mean, that building, which was a nursing home anyways, and I remember when I went up on the second floor because they had disabled children up there from Belchertown State School at that time. And then hearing from residents there about once that building just was, nobody was buying it, it was being left there, there was problems going on there. And I know a neighbor across the street had difficulties with water problems there and problems with the city with what was going on with all the flooding on his property. So I am so happy finally that it's just not sitting there and it's going to one of the greatest causes in our city, which we all are trying to help many people in the city to have a home, an affordable apartment. And it's in dire need. There's no question about it. And I have to agree with what I just heard from Councilor Jarrett about the traffic calming. That area has been a big problem for quite a while. And I would have a lot of concerns about that. I have a lot of friends in Ward 1. We've been talking about that issue. And so hopefully, I think in that direction that the councilor just talked about, it's looked at seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Labarge. Anybody else? Councillor Gore.
I just want to say I agree with what both Councilor Jarrett and Councilor Barge said. I think it's a great project for affordable housing. I think we need more affordable housing in the city. But again, you know, the traffic calming is going to be an issue there because I mean, possibly there could be, I don't know what kind of funding there could be for traffic calming measures, but I know that it can be expensive to do those kinds of things. But it's definitely something that I think needs to be looked into. But I'm glad that this project is going forward and I support it 100%.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? All right, well, I'm going to add that that first of all, Valley CDC, in terms of the work that they do and the projects that they put together, both the lumber yard and the Sargent House down in my ward, they're both tremendous projects, and they bring in wonderful neighbors. It's really been great. The other thing is I want to also, I'm on board with what my colleagues on council are saying, that there's a lot of potential for walkability and for traffic calming right here. That, it's walking distance to Jackson Street School, to King Street, to Big Y, to Walmart, that there's the basic necessities that people need all within walking distance. And that the last thing I want to say about it is that when you do walkability and traffic calming, it's not just going to be for the folks at this particular housing site. It's going to be for everybody who lives in and around that neighborhood. Calming traffic and better amenities is good for everybody. So that's my thoughts on it. So I see Councilor has both, Labarge has both the virtual hand and a real hand.
Jim.
I think that's a fair paw. I don't think it's, oh,
But anyways, I think, I want to say, I think we have so many people riding bicycles now that we need to look at that area, because some people that will be living there probably don't have a vehicle, but they would probably have a bicycle. So I really feel, and hopefully, that this is going to be pushed on the traffic calming.
Thank you, Councilor.
You're welcome. I won't put my hand up for a while.
I will entertain a motion to put this somewhere, though, either to refer to
like-
finance or put it on the consent agenda.
I would make a motion to put it on the consent agenda.
And I second that.
Okay, so motion made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Moulton to put this on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, next up, item 22.097. Oh, that has been referred to the consent agenda. All right, next, item 22.097, in order to acquire property located on Sylvester Road. I believe Wayne's here to speak to this.
No, Wayne is not here. Sarah can speak to it. But I'll just tee it up for her and say that this is a very exciting possibility to close a really crucial gap in the Sawmill Greenway that has been a priority of the city for, I think, 20 years. So this is a very exciting order that's before you right now, and I will let Sarah take it away.
Okay. Sarah, you have the floor.
Oh, she can't unmute. Hold on.
There we go. All right. So this is a really exciting opportunity for the Conservation Commission and we think for the city. It's one of the most important open space purchases that the Conservation Commission has had the opportunity to acquire in quite some time. This is one of the largest privately held contiguous areas in the city, which is itself within a large area that's not bisected by roads. The Sawmill Hills extends from Spring Street on the east to Sylvester Road on the west, and from Chesterfield Road to Ryan Road north to south. Protection of this area will fill a significant gap in the protected greenway. The parcel includes vernal pools, stream corridors, and priority habitat for rare species, and this acquisition will further protect this important wildlife corridor. The Sawmill complex also includes one of Northampton's most elaborate trail networks, which is getting to be more discovered by residents, which is really great. And connection of this parcel with its existing trails and views will add to recreational possibilities and connect the area to more residents. We plan to pursue state grants and fiscal year 2023 CPA funding for the project and never exercise this borrowing authority, but having it documented makes us more competitive for those state grants. And a conservation restriction, which will be held by the Kestrel Land Trust and doubly protect the property, is also required and is authorized via this order.
Thank you, Sarah. I just want to add from the order here, the city has an option to purchase 229 acres to add to the adjacent Sawmill
Hills.
Sawmill Hills, it's missing the mills, Greenway as the Russell Pomeroy Trail and valued at $260,000. So this is a substantial purchase.
Yes.
Substantial sum, but as well as a lot of property. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Jarrett.
Thanks. Yeah, this is super exciting. I love the Sawmill Hills, and I'm sure I've been on through this area already, and I'm glad that it'll hopefully become an official part. So I see that before we're authorizing $690,000 is appropriated, but it says the appraised value is 260. So could you explain that difference?
So let me pull up the order. So we've come to an agreement with the property owner for the price that's mentioned. I don't know what that discrepancy is. Wayne drafted the order and I'll have to check with him about that. I'm not sure if he's referencing the trail or whether that's a typo.
Oh, yeah.
But we know that the appraised value of it is at 260,000. So if you look further down at 229 acres for that 690,000 is appropriated.
Hmm.
And
We'll
it's
get
saying
that.
now, if you look at that last, Sarah, further ordered, it says, with the approval of the mayor is authorized to borrow the 690,000 under chapter 44, section 7.1. So
We'll get the answer
Counselor,
to that.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna say.
Mayor,
get
go
the answer to
ahead.
that Discrepancy. I think my guess is that the typo's in the whereas. Sarah, would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I'll get a clarification and adjust that.
Okay, so, well, we can send this to finance or we can send it to the consent agenda. But we don't know what the number is.
I mean, we can certainly send an email to the council between now and the next meeting.
Yeah, the amount that's being requested is correct. It would be the whereas that needs either the clarification or the correction.
Right.
So for clarification, the number that's being requested is how much?
690.
690, okay.
yes.
Okay. Councilor Maori.
Guess I should use my virtual hand. But that's, the 690 is really the borrowing authority. Yes, I mean, just for clarification for the public and for council. So the authority to borrow and possibly also seek that money from grants, but it's really about the borrowing. So maybe the answer lies in something about that.
And again, we never intend to exercise this borrowing authority. So we anticipate coming back before you next year to rescind this authority.
Right, yeah. Well, I'll just take a second to say that this is, of course, very exciting for our area. That's such a precious place, a precious area for trails, and so I know that Councilor Labarge and I are excited for our wards to
We are.
be able to utilize it. Thank you.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, and I have to echo what Councilor Maori is saying. I mean, it affects both of our wards, and we've done so much with Sawmill Hills for many, many years, worked hard to acquire the quarry right down the line. And I'm going to support this. I'm going to support it 100%. I would rather have it being conservation land, having the trails, which people really enjoy using our trails, connecting into Ward 7. And now I'm looking at hopefully of connecting more trails in Ward 6 for people who and we don't have sidewalks and that, and want to get over to Florence Road. It's going to happen eventually. And this is great. And I know for a fact that both Councilor Maori and I will enjoy our residents getting together on these trails, hopefully whenever they start on them. It's a great piece of property, absolutely beautiful. The wildlife out there is unbelievable. And as you saw tonight, we have our visitors coming, oh, I don't know how many times a day with the bears and squirrels and whatever. But this bear here apparently likes our property for some reason, and my neighbors, and my husband goes out and blows the horn and he takes off. So I'd like to make a recommendation to place this on the consent agenda. The mayor is apparently going to get some information, but I think Sarah has covered that. And if you look at the language, it does say that.
Okay, Councilor Labarge has submitted a motion to put this on the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Was that Councilor Gore?
Foster.
Councilor Foster. Okay. Any discussion? Laura, roll call, please.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
yes,
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
and Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Okay. That item has been referred to the consent agenda, and we're expecting some clarification from the mayor for when this is up at our next meeting. Next up, 22.099, in order to approve budgetary transfers in first, this is in first reading. I think that I don't need to go through this. We can probably put this on the screen, and I expect that Director Nardi can explain what we're up to here.
Yes, good evening again.
Welcome.
So this is our first budgetary transfer of the year. We are moving funds in the city clerk's office. There was an overage in the ballot printing processing line. And we are moving funds from the city clerk election workers. There's extra money in there. We're moving money from there to cover that. I'm not sure if City Clerk Powers is here to talk about that. Nope. Okay. So I believe there was extra equipment and ballots that needed to be bought over the last year, and therefore that was the overage. So it has to do with the elections that we had earlier in the year, in the fall. The next two rows, excuse me, DPW, snow and ice, and these, as you saw on the report that we went through tonight, we are over. Usually, most every year. Well, let me back up. So these are the only lines that legally we are able to really go into deficit and not have to deal with right away. Because every community is like this. We don't know what our seasons are going to be like, what winter is going to be like. So that's a very difficult line to budget. So legally, by law, we are able to put both of those lines into deficit. So those two lines, as you can see, one is over, and we are moving funds from the DPW. I think it's the DPW PS line. Yep, their salary line. We're moving to cover the snow and ice salary line. And then the next two rows, you can see we're $50,000 over. And that's the OM line, the expense line. That's the materials line, salt, and the supplies that we need. And we are using, again, an overage in DPW, Forestry, Parks and Cemetery to cover that $50,000. And then the last two rows, we are moving $250,000 from the solid waste cell closure to the landfill closure fund, the trust fund.
Counselors, any questions? Seems pretty straightforward to me.
Me too.
I will entertain a motion to refer this to finance or to the consent agenda.
I'll move to, oh,
Counselor Jarrett made the first move here.
okay, I'll move to, move this to the consent agenda.
Second.
Did Rachel?
I won.
Oh. Okay, and seconded by Counselor Elkins. Okay, yes, you are the winner. Yeah. Any discussion on referral to the consent agenda? Seeing none. Laura, roll call.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that has been moved to the consent agenda to be voted on next time. All right, next up, item 22.100, an order to authorize borrowing $22.5 million for sludge dewatering, clarifier, plant water system, and SCADA upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant. This is in first reading. Whereas in 2016, the City Council finalized its comprehensive wastewater management plan, which is an evaluation of the existing conditions and future needs for its wastewater collection system and wastewater treatment plant. That includes a capital improvement plan to prioritize its most critical needs. And whereas the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust is a state agency that improves water quality and infrastructure throughout the Commonwealth by providing low interest loans to municipalities, and the city applied for and received approval for inclusion on the 2022 intended use plan, which details the projects, borrowers, and amounts to be financed through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Loan Program. And whereas the city is required to comply with the provisions of multiple federal, state, and water pollution statutes enforced by the United States Environmental Protection Agency and the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, including but not limited to 33 USC Section 1251 at Mass General Law, Chapter 21, Sections 26 through 53, the surface water discharge permit regulations at 3, or you know what? There's a lot of regulations here.
Yeah.
And that, and I think it's maybe time to, now therefore it be ordered that $22,500,000 is appropriated for the purpose of financing the construction of sludge dewatering, clarifier, plant water system, and SCADA upgrades to the city's wastewater treatment plant, including all costs incidental and related thereto, and without limitation, all costs thereof as defined in section 1. Oh, we're doing this again. Donna? Help me out here.
So Director LaScalia is here. I just, before I let her take it away on the sledge, I just want to say this won't be a surprise for any of the council, as Director LaScalia talked about this project on the DPW tour. We even got to see some sludge. She's also talked about it many other times as she's tried to prepare us for these necessary improvements to the wastewater treatment plant to keep in compliance with federal and state statutes. And you also approved funding for the design of this phase in the capital improvement program. But both the word sludge and $22.5 million can't help but be surprising no matter how much one is prepared for it. So I'm happy to have Director LaStalia talk to you about this.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. So good evening, councilors. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this project, which is actually quite critical to our ongoing efforts to do some very significant upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant. So as you saw when we walked through the wastewater plant, we are nearing completion of the first phase of our upgrades, which is a roughly $10 million project, and that focused primarily on our electrical distribution and some process upgrades. So that was also SRF funded. What we do is we have to, the timing on this is that we have to come before you to ask you to authorize us to borrow through the SRF program. And we don't know what the bid price is going to be when we ask you to authorize us to borrow the money. But we will have a signed, based on our schedule, we have to have a signed construction project, construction contract in place by June 30th of next year. So what this order is it's authorizing us to go out to bid and to use SRF funding to cover the cost of this next phase of upgrades. So, you know, our project estimate is very difficult at this time because we're operating in a hyperinflationary economic circumstances. So the $22.5 million is not a hard number. It is our best guess of construction costs plus a reasonable contingency. But it does not obligate us to borrow the full cost of, it does not obligate us to borrow the full $22.5 million. We are hoping for a project of between 18 and $20 million, but we do need to have some flexibility depending on how the bid prices come in. So just a few words about what this project is going to accomplish for us. One of the biggest expenses that we have in the operating budget at the wastewater treatment plant is how we handle sludge, which we currently, we pay about $500,000 a year, and we truck sludge to an incineration plant down in Connecticut. And we have rather sophisticated but quite aged equipment that allows us to process these solids. The key to processing solids in an efficient way is dewatering process. So what we'll be focused on with this phase of the upgrades is, dewatering the solids in a way that we are not generating the tonnage that we currently are. And we're also not experiencing the downtime that we currently experience. We have a lot of mechanical difficulties with our old equipment, and this is obviously one of the most important things that we do in the city. So that's really the focus of the next phase of the upgrades, as well as improvements to the building where our sludge equipment is housed. And that building is definitely in need of some repairs, structurally speaking. So the clarifier units, just to sort of run through, what's in the order. Those are the large circular holding tanks that when we walked through the plant that we saw there, there's actually 6 of them. And so the mechanisms that actually rotate on the surface of the water need improvement. And again, we're dealing with equipment that's, at this point, installed in the 70s and the 80s. So it has definitely reached the end of its service life. So those are kind of the big ticket items that we're looking at improving with this next round of funding. So the interest rate at this point looks to be 1.5%. These numbers still do need to be finalized with the trust, but there is some level of loan forgiveness. So the overall bid price, when it comes in, we will be forgiven at least 3.3%, as we were on the last project during phase 1. We had $367,000 worth of loan forgiveness worked into the funding of that project. It is unclear at this time if federal stimulus money is going to actually create a scenario where we have even a higher percentage of loan forgiveness. But those details will be finalized over the coming year before we actually engage in a transaction with the Clean Water Trust. So those are just some details of the loan. And the loan term is typically 20 years. So happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Director. Any questions? Councilor Maori?
Well, really just a comment. I was not surprised to see this amount. We just, you had prepared us. I remember our first term. And we just got a presentation in Energy and Sustainability Commission about wastewater and the future of, and it was confirmed that dealing with sludge, processing sludge is the most expensive part of dealing with the wastewater treatment plant. I mean, my only pang and actually, 20 years I see that is that I think that there's going to be some exciting technology coming our way, and maybe 20 years is a good amount. And in terms of these, biogas that are being used and that use, that actively process sludge on site, and those can actually be used and centralized, and so you don't need the incinerator and all that. But I think we have to act on this now, and this. So I don't think this is unreasonable, but I always have a pang with these kinds of investments because I wish we were there. I wish we were at a place where we had those options. We don't right now. We don't, and it'll be exciting when we do. And in fact, the possibilities when we do, it is possible we could make some money back if we become a centralized source of this kind of processing. So anyway, I'm thinking a lot about wastewater. I even know like how much water you need in the sludge, because if you don't have enough water, the incinerator burns too hot. And
It's amazing what we learn, huh? So, councilors, any other questions?
Yeah,
Councilor Labarge.
thank you. Donna, question. We're looking at the equipment on the large holding tanks. And that equipment is way back in the 70s and 80s.
I mean, the last appreciable upgrades at the plant, Counselor, were installed around the time that secondary treatment was put into effect. So, there was a significant level of effort at the wastewater plant in the late 70s and early 80s. And then over time, there were sort of basic maintenance items, but really until this level of effort, that we started in 2017 got going, the city's wastewater plant, unlike its drinking water infrastructure, had just not seen any big efforts. I mean, there were certainly some projects over the years. I think there were some upgrades that were done in the early to mid 90s. But, I mean, as with any mechanical item, there is definitely a finite life expectancy. So I think we're looking at equipment that is decades old at this point.
Donna, how much do we make? Do we make any money when we take our sludge and bring it to Connecticut? Or
Oh, no, that's an
are we
expense.
losing money or what with that?
That's an expense. That's actually the largest, other than electricity, that is the largest expense. Sludge process is the largest expense that we have in our OM budget for the wastewater treatment plant. So this is definitely not a moneymaker for us.
Okay, that's what I want people to hear. That it's costing us money to do this. How much, Donna, a year would you say? Do you invest?
So I budget about $500,000 a year to dispose of sludge. This project is definitely going to create a scenario where we're moving through that process more efficiently and we're dewatering more efficiently. And I would expect some level of savings associated with that.
Okay, so this interest rate is at 1.5%. Do we have another loan with this company that we're going through?
So this is the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust. And this is, so right now, the project that is nearly complete, we're working with the trust, and we have a 1.5% interest rate, and we have a roughly $10 million loan with them with a 20-year term on it.
Okay.
So when we go to bid, and sign a contract next June for these upgrades for up to $22.5 million in value, we will work with the trust again. At this point, we believe the interest rate to be 1.5%, and it will be another 20-year term with them. So we will have overlapping loans that will total potentially in excess of $30 million, which is significant debt service within the enterprise. And just for a little bit of perspective, it is slightly more than the construction of the water treatment plant in 2006. So the city's water enterprise did take on significant debt service to fund the construction of that in the mid $20 million range. So this is sort of a consistent debt to what we're currently carrying in the water enterprise.
Thank you, Donna, for coming out and explaining very, very thoroughly why we need to have this money and the importance of it. And I want to thank you for that, because I know for a fact that I know residents get on and they listen, they watch our videos and that. And I think you've really clarified about the interest rate, the loan that we're looking at, another loan that we have at $10,000 right now, but the need, that's what they're going to hear about, okay, is the need. So thank you for that presentation.
Thank you, Councilor.
Okay, anybody else? Councilor Gore.
So Director LaScalia, are you saying that we have a debt in the water enterprise and we're going to have like additional $30,000 debt here?
Yeah, so the water enterprise is its own separate enterprise. I was just sort of drawing a comparison between what level of debt service will be in the sewer enterprise now. So we are currently, in the midst of this $10 million upgrade project, and then we are going to add, potentially another $20 million of debt into this enterprise. But it is roughly mathematically equivalent to the debt the city took on in the water enterprise when the water treatment plant was built. And it is a high level of debt, but we have been able to manage it. So that was why I was drawing the comparison, because obviously a $30 million combined level of debt service is certainly a big number. And we have to be responsible in sort of how we're planning this and how we're staging it. And so based on my experience in managing the water enterprise with a high level of debt, this certainly is doable. But it is a high level of debt. So that does need to be very clearly communicated to everybody. So it was just a comparison I was drawing between water and sewer.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Councilor Foster.
Thank you, Director, for that explanation. It's really clear. And just a question, because I know when we set the water sewer rates recently, there was a conversation, that there would need to be considerations in the future with potential to raise them. And is that something that you would be looking at in conjunction with this debt as well?
Yeah, I think that we are holding on water and sewer rates at this time, and they remain unchanged. We have engaged the engineering firm Ty and Bond to do a review of all of our consumption, which was, of course, sort of interrupted by COVID, if you will, and redistributed in unusual ways. And we definitely did take, some level of revenue hit when things were closed down during the pandemic. But what we have asked High and Bond to do is to review our consumption data and to review our rate structure, and then to examine the scenario of Coca-Cola's likely exit, because of course they are a full third of the usage on both the water and sewer side. So what we want to be careful of when we look at rates is when you have sort of a consumption-based fee model, and you lose a huge commercial customer who is representing a third of your usage, you want to be very, very careful how the rates are modeled, so that you don't have undesirable consequences of a rate structure. And that's why we have engaged professional rate modelers who actually do this all over the state. They have quite a bit of experience in working with municipalities who may lose large commercial customers, or end up with large commercial customers coming into the rate base. They just worked with the city of Everett, had the Encore Casino came in, and that was sort of a disruption to the whole system, and they needed to kind of go through the rate base and make some changes. So they have quite a bit of experience with this, and we thought that they were the right people to engage, given that we are trying to make large capital upgrades here, and we are on the cusp of losing or potentially losing a large customer. So what we expect is that their effort will sort of be ongoing for the next several months, and then there will be recommendations that they make about how we can best move forward with our rate structure so that it's fair and that it can fund the upgrades that need to be funded.
Counselors. Okay, I have, let's see, one question that I'm sure that my neighbors would like me to ask Director LaScalia, which is, will things smell a little bit better once we spend $22 million?
It's a wastewater treatment plant, so
yeah, but a little better, right?
I would love to be able to say yes, but I don't feel that I can.
I was hopeful. All right. Thank you. And I want to thank Director Nardi for spending a little time with me earlier today, showing me how that this request to go, to borrow this money is reflected in the capital improvement plan, and that, it's like, okay, that lines up with this. We kind of approved this spending, and now this is how we're going to finance it, and how they're all coming together. So it was nice seeing all of the moving parts work. So thank you for that. So, counselors, we can send this to the consent agenda, or we can send it to finance.
Motion is send it to the consent agenda.
Motion made by Counselor Gore, seconded by
Second.
Counselor Moulton. And that is to send this to the consent agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
And Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that has been sent. The 22.5 million in borrowing for the sludge dewatering and all of the other stuff has been sent to the consent agenda. And I am going to recommend that we take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
As all of the folks who've been in finance, we've been going since 6. So let's convene back at 8:55.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're on to financial orders in second reading. Do we have enough folks here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're good. 7. All right. Item 22.071, in order to approve $50,000 from short-term rental impact fees to affordable housing, only if returned by Committee on Finance. And I can, I asked the Finance Chair to report out on this order. Did it receive a positive recommendation? This is the 50,000.
Yes, it did, in fact.
Just narrowly, right under the gun. Well done. So that is coming back to us tonight with a positive recommendation. And that it was sent to Finance to see if there was a little more interest in it for discussion. And I think that basically the response, we can assume that everybody was comfortable with us doing this. And that, so
right,
we have this item here that's up for approval tonight.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Moulton, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. Any discussion? Seeing none. Laura, roll call.
Counselor Maori,
yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that order 22.071 to approve $50,000 from short-term rental for affordable housing has been approved. Next up is item 22.076, in order to alter the layout of Winter Street. This is in second reading, but I need to report that the hearing scheduled for 6 o'clock today was voted to continue that hearing until next Wednesday at 6 p.m. There was a little bump in the road, and that we're hoping that that the issues might be addressed by that when the hearing continues next week, and that and so we can't vote on this item tonight. So we will. I'm going to have this moved to the next agenda, pending whatever outcome we get from the hearing.
Yep.
Next, we are on to orders. Item 22.074, in order designating the position of member of the Mayor's ARPA Advisory Commission as special municipal employee, first reading. While I look for the order here, Mayor, do you want to speak to this?
Sure. So you may remember from when you take the conflict of interest annual exam, we'll call it. I don't know what we want to call it. You will probably remember a section talking about special municipal employees. So first of all, it's a position, not a person can be deemed a special municipal employee, although we are all special municipal employees, but it is a position that gets classified as a special municipal employee. And that means that position, may represent private parties before municipal boards other than their own, provided that they've not officially participated in the matter. I'm reading from, you can tell I went into like math.gov because this makes no sense, right? And the matter is not now and was not within the past year within your official responsibility. Act as an agent for private parties in connection with a matter of interest to your city or town, provided that you have not participated in the matters as a municipal employee and that the matter is not and has not been during the past year been within your official responsibility. basically, it's a recognition that a professional may work for all kinds of interests in the city, but still participate on a commission. So for example, an architect could work on different interests in the city, but still participate on the historical commission, but they would recuse themselves from any actual client-related projects, but be okay to work more broadly on issues in the city that were not directly before them. So you will experience these designations from time to time for special commissions. This is for the ARPA Commission, which has many people who are sort of experts in an area that are advising us on those community recovery funds and how they should be spent and how we can have this process. So this designation is for that commission and those positions. And often Solicitor Seawald would be here to talk about this, but he is not here. So you got me.
So, Mayor, this is listed as being in first reading here. But are you hoping that we could vote on this tonight? I remember there was some interest last month that this was not, that we hadn't gotten this on the agenda last time. So.
The commission has started meeting, and remind me, I think there's a meeting on Monday. Is that correct? I see Councilor Foster and Councilor Moulton saying yes. So if you could vote on this tonight, that would designate these positions. But if you felt like you couldn't, then I think that in the next meeting, the commission is still doing kind of largely learning and talking about the process. And so if you felt like you wouldn't be able to vote on it this evening, I think that would be okay for the next meeting.
Okay.
Councilor Foster may know more as she's on the commission.
Councilor Foster.
No, I don't know more. I had my hand up for a question, but I guess my question was that Solicitor Seawald wasn't able to make the first ARPA committee meeting. But of course, it's bringing together people with expertise in some of the areas where ARPA funds may end up being designated. So is this sort of a response? I just wanted to really get my head around the big picture. This is kind of a response to that fairly unique situation of this committee.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I see Alan Wolf has popped on the screen. Do you have something to add, Alan?
Like magic.
Hold on.
Chief of Staff, you have something to add?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
He's unmuted.
Thank you so much. This is in response to advice from Councilor Seawald. We have a lot of folks who have really interconnected volunteer work and dedication to the issue. If you think of the ARPA survey that happened last fall, we used that to pick people who represent the kinds of things that we believe people feel should be addressed with this community-directed portion of the ARPA funding. So when it became difficult to find people who had no influence under any area that also had the expertise we were hoping for in advising the mayor and directing this expenditure. And so this was the solution that Solicitor Seawald suggested to insulate these folks from any suggestion of an unethical behavior.
So just to clarify, oh, I'm sorry, can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, you go right ahead.
I'm already asking it. Okay, now we'll ask permission. So just to clarify, this means then that people would say recuse themselves from a discussion where an agency they're directly involved with is up for discussion, but not something they're more peripherally involved with. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the truth is, every single person we asked to be on that the mayor that offered this position to affirmed that they have no organization to which they directly have an influence over will be coming for a grant from this community directed portion of the ARPA funds. So this is more a tangential connection to one of those organizations rather than a direct. So anyone who actually is part of an organization that said they would ask for this money is not on the commission. So this is because the truth is, how could you possibly be on one group? You're advising it for the totality of the money. So you couldn't be pro arts and then not be completely unbiased on a housing project potentially. So you can't be a board member of an arts organization that's directly coming for money. And so we've done that pass, but people also had just connections and relations to other organizations just by dint of being frankly fantastic residents of Northampton that are super involved, that we're just trying to add this layer of insulation.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yeah, I feel very comfortable with this. This is very standard for our volunteer boards, you know, the Housing Partnership and many others. So I would feel comfortable suspending the rules as well.
And I concur that we want this committee up and running, and sounds like they already are. And this is a added protection that we can put in place. And it seems like this is the time, you know, this is a good case to suspend the rule and get this done. And I also know that there was a hope that it would have been on our April 14th agenda, and you know, we just didn't get it there. So Councillor Maori.
I was going to make a motion. Move to suspend rules.
Second.
Okay, motion to suspend the rule has been made by Councillor Maori and seconded by Councillor Foster. The rule we're suspending is the allowing, we're going to vote to approve this tonight rather than put it on the agenda for next time. Any discussion on suspending the rule? Laura, roll call.
Councillor Moulton.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Councillor Perry.
Yes.
Councillor Elkins.
Yes.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Gore.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
And Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, the rule has been suspended. So now we can, I will entertain a motion to approve this 22.074 this evening.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councillor Labarge, seconded by Councillor Moulton. Any discussion on approving this evening? Seeing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Councillor Perry.
Yes.
Councillor Elkins.
Yes.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Gore.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
And Councillor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay. Order 22.074 has been approved. Okay, next up. So next up, I just want to do, I wasn't around for announcements because I got bumped out. I had the spinning wheel of death, and I wanted to, and I think this kind of relates to what's next up on the agenda in some ways. So I want to announce the budget schedule. I wanted to do that earlier. And so the mayor's office will have the budget books available for counselors on Monday, May 16th. I'll send this all out to everybody in an email tomorrow morning so you can get it in your planners. And then on Thursday, May 19th, we see a number of things converging on the 19th. That is when the mayor will be presenting the FY 2023 budget to council. And per the new rules, the way I interpret them, that will actually be the introduction, that will be our first reading, will be on May 19th. I've discussed with Councillor Maori that we've landed on Tuesday, May 24th and Wednesday, May 25th at 6 p.m. to hold the city council budget hearings that we will convene as the full council, and then we will recess for finance. The finance committee will oversee the budget hearings, but counselors will all be there to be part of the process. And then on Thursday, June 2nd, we'll meet at 7 p.m. And that will be, technically, that will be second reading of the budget. There's a possibility the mayor might be a little late that evening, just for a few minutes, because she needs to attend the Smith Voc graduation and say a few words at the start. The mayor and I had originally talked about 6 o'clock, which was very pressing for her. She might even be able to make it by 7. But so that kind of lays things out. Usually we first reading is that first meeting in June, and with per the budget, and then approval is the second June meeting. But with the new rules, that it changes the order around. But I also trust that if we need to discuss things more, or we see need for more public input, I trust that we will make efforts to do so. So anyway, that's how the budget schedule is looking, and I'll send that out to everybody in the morning.
Right.
Okay.
Councillor Nash.
Yes, Councillor Labarge.
Yes, give me the dates in May again.
So the next council meeting is when the mayor will introduce the budget. That's on the 19th. And then on the Tuesday, the 24th, and Wednesday, the 25th, we will be holding the budget hearings. It's who's going to be presenting is yet to be determined. And the hearings, we will start those meetings at 6 o'clock. Councillor Jarrett.
Will you be scheduling any backup meetings? I know last year we had a meeting on Monday in case things were going very late, at least for the June 2nd meeting.
Well, you know what? I actually developed a whole plan with backup meetings, special meetings, and then after reviewing our rules with the council vice president, we realized, well, hold it. We have a limit on public comment, and that would mean that we probably aren't going till 2 or 3 in the morning. The other thing what it says is that we are doing, essentially 2 public hearings here, and that our job is to get the word out and get people to those public hearings to learn about the budget and to share what they have to say as part of the public record, and also to let people know we are available to talk on the phone, read emails, meet people for coffee, all of those great things that we do to work with constituents. So, but there's a lot of unknowns here as to what the mayor is going to bring forward. And I think the next item is going to be on our agenda is going to suggest that the mayor is going to bring something forward. And but there will be other things to be settled that'll become much clearer on the 19th, and that'll let us know, whether we need to spend more time or not. So, and my position always is that, letting people have more of a chance to have input and speak and share their thoughts is always a good thing. So, any questions? It's the one time where I get to be really top down. So, all right. Next up, we have item 22.106, an administrative order to amend the City of Northampton's administrative code. And I'm not going to read this because I think the mayor's actually going to do the reading of this. And Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm extremely excited to present to the council tonight the realization of a great deal of hard work and collaboration and a really big step forward for the plans for the Department of Community Care, and a very important recognition of the work and the expanded role our health department has been doing since 2015 to respond to behavioral health and human service needs. As was announced, excuse me, by the council president earlier, there will be a public hearing on May 19th because today I'm putting forward an administrative order restructuring the health department as the Health and Human Services Department. As is often the structure under Health and Human Services, I also propose that Health Director O'Leary become Commissioner of Health and Human Services. She will oversee multiple divisions under HHS, which will continue the critical work that she has been doing and the department's been doing for Northampton and in some areas regionally. One of these areas under Health and Human Services would be the Department of Community Care, which is also officially being created in this administrative order pursuant to Article 6, Section 6-1 of the City Charter. Codifying human services in our government structure is personally very meaningful to me, and I think it's an important recognition that although human services have generally been funded at the state level, they are felt and needed at the local level. This also fulfills a recommendation of the Northampton Policing Review Commission that community care be situated under health. And I see some members of that, former members of that commission here this evening. I agree with this approach, as does Director O'Leary and Implementation Director Donovan. And I am very grateful that with all that is still happening around the pandemic and vaccines, as well as the rest of the work that the health department does, that Meredith can see a path forward for taking on this transformative new challenge as a Commissioner of Health and Human Services, and to work with Sean to take community care into operations and response. As we have seen and benefited from during the pandemic, Director O'Leary's operational capabilities, experience, brilliant mind, determination, and drive to protect and improve our community's health and well-being are beyond compare. She is a true force, and we are extremely fortunate to have her. And I want to give a very special thank you to Sean Donovan. He and I have forged this way together, starting our work in our new roles almost at the same time. These last 4 months together have been challenging and gratifying as we've been getting a grasp on this big mission and having philosophical, big picture conversations while also working to navigate the minutia and the realities of a municipal structure. We have both learned a lot quickly, and I'm extremely grateful for his passion, compassion, experience, and his willingness to jump into this with me. I'm thrilled to be taking this big step forward on the Department of Community Care with him, and with this proposal, Commissioner O'Leary and her remarkable team. And I'm very grateful that they have joined me here tonight. So if I may, I would like to go through the 4 sections of the order and read the explanations, and then I will very gladly hand it over to Meredith and Sean. So the first section is the revised title of Health Department to Health and Human Services and Director to Commissioner. So my first proposed revision to the administrative code is under section 3.0 Health and Human Services Division to change the title of Health Department to Health and Human Services Department. For the last decade, the Northampton Health Department has systematically responded to increased demand for a more comprehensive definition and approach to public health. The health department was an early adopter of regional approaches, striving to meet needs impacting people, families, and businesses. The department has built a multi-skilled dynamic staff, securing millions of dollars in grant funding and enabling a more holistic response to the needs of local residents and service providers, adding value to the city's infrastructure, reputation, fiscal assets, and continued funding opportunities. Prior to 2015, the health department had 5 staff, equivalent to 3 full-time employees, who principally provided communicable disease monitoring and surveillance, as well as inspectional services. Director O'Leary and then Mayor Narcoitz recognized how critical a comprehensive approach to behavioral health is to citywide health outcomes, and together they began to enhance the types of services offered and seek resources to expand public health services. In 2015, the city of Northampton recognized the need to respond to the opioid epidemic and started what has become Hampshire Hope and DART. Hampshire Hope is a county-wide conveyor for people who, based on employment, activism, or personal experiences, are dedicated to reducing opioid overdoses and improving conditions for people struggling with opioid use disorders. Since 2018, using federal funding and with the help of many partners, Hampshire Hope has distributed about 4,800 two-dose packages of the overdose reversal drug, naloxone. I practiced this. Naloxone. Tell me, Meredith. Oh, she can't unmute.
Naloxone.
Thank you, naloxone. The Hope Coalition has also supported the efforts of the offices of the Northwestern District Attorney and the Hampshire County Sheriff in getting unneeded prescriptions out of medicine cabinets to prevent misuse. Hope has also helped launch the Northampton Recovery Center through visioning sessions organized by Hope, installed the NALO boxes, essentially first aid boxes containing naloxone and other supplies in municipal buildings, libraries, schools, and businesses, and played a role in community events to raise awareness about overdose, addiction, and recovery issues. The health department also built the Drug Addiction and Recovery Team, DART, which is a federally funded regional program nationally recognized as a public safety, public health collaboration. DART is a network of first responders, recovery coaches, and harm reduction specialists that provide free support to people with substance use disorder and their families. DART has grown to work with family members and expanded to communities in Hampden and Berkshire counties. Originally piloted in Northampton, DART is now in 45 communities in Western Massachusetts and serves as a model for other county public health departments across the United States. Next, in 2017, the health department sought funding for and developed the Health Information Exchange Database, HIE, providing for the first time the ability to track critical health information. The HIE database is in the process of compiling regional and state data, such as emergency department overdose data, and it will bring on new partners over the course of the database expansion and make certain types of data more rapidly available than previously possible, such as Massachusetts Department of Public Health data. This will allow partners to access information that could help aid decision-making or eventually lead to real-time evaluation of new interventions to assess the impact. Contributing partners include municipalities, healthcare providers, allies with shared initiatives, agencies, and a host of other community sector leaders. The HIE aggregates HIPAA-compliant, secure health data with considerations for data integrity and ethics using encryption and municipal-level firewall systems. All regional partners can have access to region-specific aggregate-level data. The arrival in early 2020 of the COVID-19 pandemic radically altered expectations for local public health responses across the country, and significantly so for the Northampton Health Department, which had already established itself as a regional leader in creating sound health policy for Hampshire County. Leaders from every sector, government, schools, businesses, public safety, and others looked to the Northampton Health Department and Director O'Leary for guidance on the best approach for a consistent and safe response to the health crisis. The health department responded with policies that provided a basis for a sound response across the state and a package of efforts to mitigate the spread of the virus through a response that included regulations, contract tracing, testing, vaccinations, community nursing, a homeless shelter at Northampton High School and later First Churches, and data collection that facilitated accurate disease surveillance. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown the world the critical importance of public health and underscored the need for a transition already underway. That from an inspectional services department to a comprehensive public health and human services department. Additionally, in recognition of this expanded role, I propose changing the title of health director to that of Commissioner of Health and Human Services to better reflect the comprehensive approach to public health required. So that is the first change. The second is creation of the Community Care Department under the Health and Human Services Department. I am very proud that in my first administrative order as mayor, I am bringing forward the creation of the Community Care Department, which codifies the department in our city code. In the FY22 budget book, the implementation budget for the Department of Community Care was situated under the Division of Health and Human Services. This initial placement by former Mayor Narcoitz was a choice informed by the work of the 15-member Northampton Policing Review Commission, appointed jointly by the mayor and city council to conduct a community conversation and public policy review around policing and community safety. In the MPRC's final report entitled Reimagining Safety, issued on March 18th, 2021, one of the primary recommendations was the creation of a municipal department of community care to provide civilian, non-armed responses to mental health, substance use, and other crises. The MPRC recommended that the, quote, department be intentionally independent from the Northampton Police Department, but open to collaboration with all city departments, end quote. And additionally, they, quote, advocated that the department be situated underneath the Board of Health, end quote, because of the recognition of racism as a health crisis, and also to give the department, quote, access to highly trained professionals who have experience with some of the most vulnerable residents of Northampton, while simultaneously serving the majority of the population as well, end quote. This administrative order affirms the choice made in FY22 in the placement of the community care department in our structure for the organization of the general fund budget. Additionally, and substantially, this administrative order fulfills the MPRC recommendation by codifying the community care department and situating it under the proposed Health and Human Services Department as a critical part of the city's human service delivery and response apparatus for a comprehensive public health approach. Now, the last two parts of the order are more housekeeping. So 3 is adjusted numbering of Department of Veteran Services. So this revision just is to adjust for the creation and the insertion of community care department at 3.02. So health and human services is 3.01. Community care would be 3.02. And then that would move veteran services, which was 3.02 down to 3.03, and with no further revision to that department. And it would, it still stands alone. It doesn't fall under health and human, it still falls under the division in the budget book, but is not part of the health and human services department. And then the 4th is just under the Board of Health section. So that is Part 2, multi-member appointed organization, section 12, Health, Board of Health section of that. That is just to revise the title in that section from Health Department to Health and Human Services to reflect this change. And additionally, in the future, there will be some housekeeping ordinance changes that will come forward to just change Health Department to Health and Human Services, but that is not part of the code. So those would be separate housekeeping ordinance changes that we do sometimes. So thank you again. I'm very excited to bring this to you this evening, and very, very proud and excited to open this to Director O'Leary and Implementation Director Donovan. Director O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor, for that beautiful introduction. And thank you, counselors, for giving us time tonight to present to you our vision and the direction that we think we're going in as we continue to evolve and expand our public health services and transition to become a public health, a Department of Health and Human Services. I'm not going to get used to that right away. I would like to invite Sean to share his screen with you. We've put together a short presentation just to kind of give you an overview of where we're at and where we're heading. So if you could do that, Sean, that would be fantastic. Okay, great. Thank you. So before I begin, I want to sincerely express how honored I am to have this privilege to be the steward of the DHHS. I am excited for the opportunities and access that this restructure will provide to the community members of this wonderful city. It's been a long, thrilling journey to get to this point. The scope of our services have already expanded multiple times in response to both existing and new public health needs and threats, including but not limited to the opioid epidemic and to the COVID-19 pandemic. Restructuring will both improve the quality of established public health services and initiatives, as well as increase the breadth of services we can house within the department. The intended result of such a comprehensive department is the improved health, well-being, and safety of the community as a whole. Sean, if you'd go to the next slide, please. As the mayor mentioned, over the last 10 years, when I came to the city of Northampton as the public health director in 2012, we have changed the amount of services, the kind of services, and to whom we service pretty drastically. And I couldn't have done this without mayoral support and leadership and community engagement. So when I came into the health department, we had one small office space in the municipal building with an equivalent of 3 full-time employees, which one of them included myself. The department mission state, as in any local health department, is to promote the welfare of the entire population, so population health, ensure its security and protect it from the spread of infectious disease, environmental hazards, and to ensure the health and well-being of the public through the process of inspection, investigation, education, and enforcement. So to achieve this primary goal, there are 2 primary divisions in any local health department, and one is environmental health and the other is public health nursing. The environmental health division, which is concerned with all aspects of built and natural environment that may affect a public's health. The division assesses and controls factors to prevent disease and create healthy environments. They enforce all local and state delegated public health and environmental regulations, prevention and control of disease, and they protect residents from environmental health hazards to their health. So some of the services that we provide under this division are inspections of body art establishments, housing inspections, septic systems, tanning facilities. We address trash and nuisance complaints, vector and rodent control, food protection program. These are just a small sample of what we do under environmental health. But then in the public health division, what we do there is we promote health in the community by evaluating trends and providing education and health interventions. Services provided by public health nurses include communicable disease and surveillance, which we're all very familiar with now that we just had 2 years of COVID. And we provide public health programs, clinics, and educational information designed to prevent and control disease, to continue and to improve the health and quality of the lives of our residents. So we do influenza clinics. We obviously do COVID-19 response efforts, including testing and clinics, TB, foodborne illness, investigations, tick-borne illness, respiratory illness. We monitor arbovirus, which is West Nile virus triple E. We do infectious disease reporting, case management, containment. We have a sharps disposal program. These are just some to name a few. Next slide, please, Sean. So moving into the direction of a DHHS, I just want to give you a little bit of what we've been thinking about over the last month while conversations were ensuing with the mayor and her team. So where we live, work, and play greatly shapes our health and well-being. While it's common to think first about individual behavior, genes, and healthcare access as most important for good health, in actuality, factors such as housing, education, environmental exposure, public safety, employment, and income are also strong predictors of health and well-being. When examining how these factors contribute to health inequities, it's important to understand how racism and social inequities such as poverty and lack of education can play a significant role in creating and perpetuating health inequities. Health promoting resources are distributed unevenly across the nation, state, and even here in Northampton, and can create a significant difference in health outcomes. We must understand and address the many factors shaping our individual and collective health and provide all residents with fair access to conditions that promote the best possible health. Therefore, the mission statement of the DHHS is the Northampton Department of Health and Human Service is to protect, preserve, and promote health and well-being of all Northampton residents, particularly the most vulnerable. We achieve our mission by providing and supporting accessible, high-quality, community-based healthcare and social services, community engagement and advocacy, development of health-promoting policies and regulations, disease and injury prevention, emergency services, culturally competent health promotion, and health education services. While we've had a few weeks to think about the framework of of DHHS, we've developed guiding principles and values of the DHHS that we intend on weaving into the fabric of all of our work. Guiding principles are a set of moral values that establish a framework for expected behavior and decision-making. And as you can see, I've listed a few. We're going to use the best available scientific evidence and data. Data is super important to inform the DHHS work. We're going to promote the fair, equitable treatment of all people, ensure internal policies, procedures, and practices are fair and equitable, continually strive to improve public policies, systems, environments that influence social conditions, foster mutual respect, transparency, and accountability with colleagues, residents, coalitions, people we serve, and other partners, strengthen community capacity and uplift community voices, provide culturally and linguistically appropriate services to people from all backgrounds, ensure effective communication and coordination with other city agencies, community-based organizations, residents, and other partners. Values, we have identified 4 basic values: equity, trust, service, and partnership that will be the constitution of our department. Equity refers to fair policies, decisions, and actions by the Northampton Department of Health and Human Services when impacting the lives of people. Equity is a value of fairness that guides the way the DHHS works with customers, staff, and community to promote the health, safety, and well-being and self-sufficiency. Our equity principles address 5 major areas, the first being dignity. We believe that all individuals should be treated with dignity and respect. The second is elimination of disparities. We believe in preventing and eliminating social and health disparities to achieve optimal health and well-being. Access. We believe ensuring access to effective and high-quality services that meet people's needs when they need them, delivered by a professional workforce which is competent to provide those services in a caring and respectful manner. The next is distribution of resources. We believe that the resources of the department should be distributed in a manner that maximizes the health, safety, well-being, and self-sufficiency of the community as a whole. And then last, community engagement and participation. We believe that our diverse community should be meaningfully engaged in providing input and feedback on policies, practices, and services. So the second value that I'm going to talk about is trust, and this is super important. Trust as a value is the confidence or reliance one has on the integrity, strength, and ability in a product, service, or person. Trust includes the following behaviors: communicate consistently, honestly, and openly, treat others as we'd like to be treated, and demonstrate behavior that is consistent with what has been communicated, and demonstrate integrity in all aspects of work. The next is service. Service is the action of doing work or providing assistance to someone. And then lastly, partnership. Partnership is taking a position that requires intentionally taking actions to be in the state of being a partner or partners. So provide service that builds on strength of our customers in the community, create seamless system of care within the department with public partners and private partners, and we will be responsive to the changing needs of our communities for improved outcomes, enhanced client experience, and efficient use of resources. Next slide, please, Sean. So the Northampton Department of Health and Human Services will be housing the newly developed Department of Community Cares. Under the Northampton DHHS, the DCC will benefit in sharing the DHHS's leadership, governance, established resources, experience in safety in developing a co-responder model for people with substance use disorder, and have access to the DHHS HIPAA compliant health information exchange database, which the mayor explained in her opening statement. The DCC will be well supported as a branch of the department due to having access to health professionals, including nursing staff, Hampshire Hope, and the DART team, health information data to support data-driven and evidence-based interventions. Through the DHHS, the DCC can better participate in information sharing and collection with overlapping fields, can serve on advisory groups, can receive and provide relevant trainings, and can leverage common goals with fiscal resources. Also, by working under the DHHS umbrella, the DCC will be able to understand the populations they serve in a broader context of intersectional public health issues, historical context, structural and systemic inequities. And together, we look to support, leverage, and sustain our overlapping efforts for prevention and harm reduction for our communities. Next slide, please, Sean. So this next slide is how we vision what the structure and our staffing would look like, just so you have a better view of it. Anything highlighted in yellow at this point is a vacant position that we will hopefully be putting job postings out and filling sooner than later. So with that being said, I would like to invite Sean to talk about the DCC. And I'd also like to mention that Michelle Fari from the DHHS has joined us. She will be our Assistant Commissioner. So Sean, take it away.
Thank you so much, Meredith. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Great. I'm just using new headphones today, so appreciate the feedback. Good evening, everybody, to you and on the council. Thank you, Mayor, for making this motion. And I'm really glad to be with you tonight. So I wanted to speak a little bit about how the Department of Community Care will take form underneath the DHHS. And I do want to give some, a shout out, some respect to those of you from the Northampton Policing Review Commission who are here and those who aren't here, because it was really your vision that led to the creation of this possibility. So thank you. And so I'm going to just echo some of what the mayor has already shared. And I won't read this whole quote as she has already done, but just to suggest that it was part of the initial vision put forth, over a year ago in March 2021 to really house this department within the public health context. And so the mayor has already spoken very eloquently to that, as the commission has also written eloquently about that. What I'd like to do using the mention of the commission is just talk about how I began my role in December of this past year and why I think this is a really good move for the Department of Community Care. So I'd just like to mention, I guess just to kind of bring some, historical weight to this moment here, that I've been in touch with many other community responder programs in process or already in existence throughout North America, and there's not another one that I can speak of that is housed in public health. And I think we have a really unique opportunity here to really have a department that is going to host a civilian and community responder team with a really unique set of support that Meredith has already laid out in the previous slides. And so I want to acknowledge that it's really, I want to give some thanks and gratitude not only to the commissioners and former Mayor Narkowitz and the city council that appointed people on the commission, the commissioners, but also many community members who came and shared their experiences in public hearings that really helped us shape the direction of where we're going in Northampton when it comes to caring for our community members and for ourselves. And so thank you for that. As I've started my role in mid-December, I've been speaking to a lot of stakeholders, and I mean that widely defined, people that I'm meeting who are guest and drop-in centers, all the way up to city leadership, such as the police chief and fire chief and head of dispatch. I've had some pretty amazing conversations with a whole range of people in our city. And so as we move forward into this next fiscal year, I'm really anticipating us making some great strides, and very, very grateful to be part of this new DHHS formation. And so I'd just like to move us to some other pieces. Being able to work alongside Michelle Fari and Director O'Leary, and soon to be Commissioner O'Leary, has been wonderful in the last month to really figure out how we can collaborate. And coming out of that and coming out of the visions that many citizens or community members had brought through the commission, and many people who are working tirelessly to provide space for this new department, we've we've drafted this mission statement, which I'd like to read for you just in full from the slide here. So, and I'll give some context for what I'm reading after I finish it. So, the City of Northampton's Department of Community Care addresses racial and social inequities by building equitable, non-police, non-clinical responses for all, while centering its most vulnerable community members in their struggles with emotional distress, substance use, houselessness, meeting basic needs, navigating conflicts, and other related challenges. We carry out this mission in employment, prevention, and crisis response practices through hiring community responders with relevant lived experience, offering public education opportunities for a wider community, outreach and dispatch integrated civilian first responder resources, dispute mediation, and a wide array of peer-to-peer support and harm reduction practices. That's a lot of words on a slide, but I feel like they all stand out as important to me. I do want to suggest that it's amazing to have the DCC housed within the greater DHHS and the work that Meredith and Michelle and other members of Hampshire Hope and DART have kind of paved a path to, and we're going to take some of that, I don't want to say further, but in a slightly different direction. So when we talk about a responder team, we are looking to build up a team of community responders that are from our community, that have experiences that will put them in a peer-to-peer relationship with people who they're supporting, and will be an independent first responder team within our greater city. That's something we're building capacity to in this next year. And so I'm really looking forward to the Department of Community Care, being certainly a resource to some of our most vulnerable residents in the ways that Meredith has also talked about, being of part of our mission in the greater DHHS department. But I also know that this will be a great resource for everybody. And so when we talk about these pieces, I'm thinking about the conversations I've had with people in encampments who are houseless, people who own and work in downtown businesses. I'm thinking of people that staff drop-in centers. I'm thinking of people in my own neighborhood in Ward 3 who, whether they're homeowners or renters, run into some of these similar struggles, and they don't always know where to turn for the relevant response. And so these are some things that I'm thinking of. I also know, had the privilege of talking to the Community Resources Committee through City Council back in, I believe, late March. So I had a chance to talk in greater length about some of the things I'm, learning from our dispatch, facility in Northampton, and things about our dispatch data that have really helped the police chief and I and Kelly Schutze from dispatch really start to imagine, like, where do we overlap? Where can be some responses to the community related to emotional distress when people are thinking about suicide and feeling really in need of support? Where could we find a place in the first responder rhythm, as well as supporting people that are houseless in various ways? And one thing that's emerged from our conversations, not just with people in leadership, but people just on the street, people in my neighborhood, is the way that sometimes neighborly conflicts sometimes emerge in ways that we don't really need a police response to that. And so how can we support our community, with some of these practices, being of use? So, yeah, thanks for coming along with us this evening. We have some, I think, great things to share with you. I know we are getting to the end of our fiscal year 22. I don't think that's a secret. And I'm really grateful to be working more closely with the public health team to really be meeting some of our fiscal year goals, even at the end of fiscal year 22. So I just want to name some of the things that I have on this slide and elaborate a bit on them. So we benefit from the fact that while we are doing something innovative in Northampton, I really do think so, we have other communities that we can learn from, in part, and in some pieces of whole. So at the moment, I'm talking to some communities on the West Coast who might be able to host us to do some site visits. One of those include Olympia, Washington, and some of their programs that I think we could benefit from. So we are looking to visit some places to gain some of their own wisdom to bring back here. We are also in the process of identifying a training curriculum for our community responders that will hopefully begin in the fall of 2022. I'm going to expand on that in the future slides, so I'm just going to name it for now. We are also creating job descriptions for the Department of Community Care that we've already started a process of actually, drafting. And I want to use this this bullet point to also acknowledge that the three of us have been in touch with Amherst program, the CREST program, the CREST team, which is also on its way to actually hiring their community responders for their particular model in Amherst. And so it's been really helpful to start learning about where we have connections, where we can collaborate, where we have differences. But it was great to meet with their director, Earl Miller, in the past 6 weeks or so, a few times. We're also looking to vision some future co-location related to the Resilience Hub, though the DCC and the Resilience Hub are different projects. I think there's a lot that we have overlapping visions around, and one of those pieces includes a health center with low barrier medical care. And so we're trying to make sure if we can benefit each other by having proximate space, that we can do that. And so I think there's a lot of reasons why that makes a lot of sense for us. And we're looking in the next couple months to really clarify some of our program goals and objectives for fiscal year 23. So I'm going to expand on that. As we move into this next fiscal year, some of what we're going to do is continuing some of our work from fiscal year 22. Some of it is work that we're starting fresh. But one thing we really want to look towards is continued community engagement and actually having focus groups where we can work with an organization to pay people for their contributions, their testimonies or lived experience. They can share about how to shape what we're offering in response to distress and conflict and other struggles in the city. And so I've been grateful to work with Michelle and Meredith to figure out how do we best do this and how do we move towards this goal. We also are looking to conduct some reviews of agencies and organizational resources, just getting a better understanding of what are our assets. And as someone who's been an advocate in the community for many years, I know it's not just important to know what resources are out there, but like, who do you call? And like what is useful during one time of day versus another, and just having not just the resources available, but how are we establishing relationships so people have a clear channel to reaching out, and we can support people that need resources to get to those places, to know the people that they're going to be received by, for instance. Yeah, we are also making sure as we do this work to focus our outreach when we hire more community responders than just myself in this role as implementation director, to really focus on communities impacted already by emergency services, and people who are in drop-in spaces, folks who live in encampments, and also attending to the needs of businesses, but particularly downtown businesses, and mediating between these parts of the community when and where are needed. So I've already been having some conversations, beyond our city with folks from the Downtown Northampton Association, and actually, with folks that are houseless about where there's conflict and where we might, start to develop some other ways of addressing this and helping to mediate this. And we're going to, explore more deeply what that can look like over time. So I don't want to get into too much detail. The other thing just I want to touch on, I know, believe both Director O'Leary and the mayor has already touched on this piece, but by integrating the Department of Community Care into this new Department of Health and Human Services, we really benefit from the work, the innovative work that people in the department have already done around the health information exchange. And so some of those things that will be important to us, because we're housed in public health, we'll have the ability to have more, information that's protected in certain ways. And so we are trying to establish a different form of data ethics, maybe that is going to benefit from the work of the DART program, but also be unique about our particular services and responses. And the last two things down here are about, as we move through the fiscal year 23, into becoming part of the first responder cycle, we're going to have the help of consultants to work with this, and certainly collaborating with our public safety leadership to figure out clear dispatch decision tools and protocols. So basically, I think a lot of you on council, you visited dispatch, I believe, at some point, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, so you might have had similar experiences that I've had to visiting dispatch, where those folks, they do a lot from that small little room, trying to decide like where to channel calls and who to dispatch when people are calling this dispatch center that we have in Northampton on Carlin Drive, within a pretty quick time frame. And so what we're going to try to do is make sure that when we have our new team, they're feeling really trusting and aware of when and how they can call upon our new team. And we're looking to have a separate way to contact us besides dispatch, because sometimes people don't want to go through 911, and we're developing more ideas on how that's actually going to function. And so what I will say so far is that I found there's a lot of overlap between Chief Casper, Chief Davin, and Kelly Schutze. We've had some really grappling conversations, and we've also found there's some overlap about what our team could take on that might feel like our skills and our practices might feel more relevant and appropriate for a fair amount of responses. And we're getting more into detail about what that will look like. And so we're looking to launch our version of the community responder team in spring 2023. And right now, the name that we're working with now is Community Responses for Establishing Safety Together, something that defines what their focus is in public safety, and kind of in this intersection of public safety and public health, where we're really trying to partner with people to figure out what people need. And so just wanted to share that with you as well. And just to jump back to this other piece I mentioned earlier, because we're a department of community care, and we're looking to start a community responder team, we certainly want to have some robust training for our responders. But I think we have the added benefit of being the department in the greater Health and Human Services, that we want to offer these trainings when possible to people that are community partners and possibly community members beyond that. I feel like one of the things that's kept coming up since my conversations began more intensely in December with community groups, with nonprofits, with organizations, with volunteer groups and throughout Northampton, is that there's such an eagerness to support people when there's a need. But not everybody that's in these roles feels like they have the capacity to have certain conversations, like when someone's suicidal, for instance, and comes to a drop-in center, or if someone's using substances in a certain way and needs support. And so I look forward to us being a resource for the whole community, that we can offer some trainings that more people in our community can be more aware of certain skills. So we're just building up, hopefully, a community capacity to care for one another. And so some of the trainings the subject matter, at least, of the trainings we're looking to offer include non-coercive and connection-based responses to suicidal thoughts and other forms of emotional distress. And I just want to clarify, when I use the phrase emotional distress, when I've heard other people use that, it's a way to speak about what often gets labeled as mental health without already defining a solution in the words themselves. So there might be very many ways people think about how they make sense of their experiences. And so we want to keep it open to that. And I can elaborate on that more if it's helpful. We also want to look at harm reduction based responses to struggles with substance use. So the mayor and Director Alir have also spoke to this already. Sometimes that's about having Narcan and naloxone and these other tools that can help reverse overdoses. And sometimes it's also about the relationship we have with people, where someone might not be ready to stop using a drug that maybe is causing harm in their life, but we can strategize ways for people to make that less fatal or less dangerous. And so it's not just about the tools that we have, but it's the relationships we build with people too. We're also looking to have trainings that are about skills for dispute resolution, tools for identifying what's a dispute versus what's abuse, because that can dictate different ways of approaching a situation. But I do think we have, like any other town or city, a lot of moments where there are conflicts between people, where we don't need people armed to respond to these things, but we need people that are well trained to identify assertively how to move through that together. Sometimes that's people living in the same housing complex. Sometimes it's neighbors that live in their own homes, that live on the same street. Sometimes it's people in Pulaski Park that are having a dispute. And so I imagine our team being able to have some tools to help navigate that, in a really particular way. When it comes to all these trainings, we're looking to develop awareness of racial, disability, and social equity through all these practices. And we're starting to identify trainings that, though that might not be their main focus, they have that woven through it. We're also looking for trainings that are going to take those things into particular focus. And I think we have a unique position being in public health to really take a look at this in all the ways that Meredith has outlined what the DHHS department will do. I think we'll also have some impact on offering perhaps trainings to other people in our own department. And we're also going to do, among other things, opportunities for resource mapping, for skill and experience sharing, and this thing about intercept zero of the sequential intercept model, which often people map out when it comes to intersections with law enforcement, but intercept zero is like before people even come into contact with law enforcement. Like, how can we figure out, what people are struggling with that we can identify almost as a preventative way from even getting in touch with law enforcement. And so that's something we're looking to explore as well. And yeah, so there's a lot. I feel like I could talk to you for hours, but I won't because I know it's quite late. I wanted to just say thank you so much for taking the time to listen to Director O'Leary and myself. And I'm really grateful that we're working together as a team to really bring some new and I think really innovative supports to our community. And I just want to leave it there with some of our contact info. And I'm not sure if our structure leaves space for comments or questions, but I certainly want to invite that if that's wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
You can also stop sharing if it's easier to see each other, if that makes sense. Yeah.
There we are. Okay. Thank you for that presentation. Counselors, questions, thoughts? Counselor Perry. You are muted. Oh, we got to unmute you.
Here we go.
Sorry, I got dropped. First of all, I just want to say thank you to the mayor and directors O'Leary and Donovan for the presentation. I'm really excited about this prospect. I had the pleasure of having Director Donovan at the Community Resources Committee, and he explained a lot of what he's been doing in the community, again, talking with stakeholders, and what stood out for me was this holistic approach of really, from the ground up, working in the community to try and give resources and also educate people about what is needed. And so I think that pairing the Department of Community Care with the Department of Health and Human Services is the right move to make. I actually also had the pleasure of sitting down with Sean in his office. I feel like it was a couple, maybe a little later in the day after he had met with Director O'Leary, and you could really feel his excitement about the prospect of what is coming down the pipeline. And I think just having that mentorship, I know that, I've told Sean before that I am very impressed that he's putting together a department, pretty much out of thin air. What we're doing here in Northampton has not been done before. And I just wanted to take a second to just, recognize everyone's hard work and really, again, being pioneers in this department. We are at a time where not only mental health, but also, the health of our citizens is kind of under siege. And knowing that Northampton is putting so much effort into really giving the resources needed for this department to be successful is heartening for me. So thank you all for doing that. I am very excited for this. That's all I got.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Labarge, and then Counselor Gore.
I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank Meredith O'Leary and also Sean O'Donnell. I'm telling you, just hearing what I heard tonight, reading what Sean has talked about, Meredith has talked about, and especially our mayor, of going in the direction which is the right way. I am really happy about how we are moving community care into the Department of Health Services. If you go through the Policing Review Commission, we're following exactly what the recommendations are. I am very proud of everybody working together to make this happen. So thank you all.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gore.
I want to say thank you to the mayor and Director O'Leary and Director Donovan. I think this is fabulous. The mission statements were really great. They were very exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing the new Department of Community Care in this role under the DHH. Wait, Department of Health and Human Services. But I did have a question about, so you guys will be sharing resources about what types of resources will you be sharing? Will you be sharing financial resources as well?
So yes, thank you. That's a very good question. There's a lot of established infrastructure within the Northampton Health Department, soon to be the DHHS, that we will carry over to the Department of Community Cares. We have admin staff. A lot of our work intersects with what Sean will be doing. We have the HIE, which is already developed, which will be able to just copy some of it and develop it so Sean can use it instead of starting for something from scratch when it comes to data. So there are a lot of tangible items that will save us financially. But the way that the FY23 budget working is obviously we'll have to inflate some, the original health department budget and merge the allocation for the DCC together. And we'll be using both budgets under one umbrella. But there is a cost savings, and in the future, it'll even yield more cost savings because we'll be eligible for a lot more funding, going under the DHHS model, we can go after DMH funding also. So I think it poises us in a really good position to get grant funds to even build further once we have our footings and the infrastructure in this new model. So yes, to answer your question, yes. more to come. And I think Mayor could probably add to that.
Actually, one thing I was going to add that occurred to me since we brought the earmark was brought up earlier tonight. I just want to remind the council that actually you all voted to use some of that earmark for a vehicle in the capital improvement plan. So you have already allocated some of that. So as when you were asking about what it's been spent on. So I just wanted to remind you all of that. But yes, I agree with what Director O'Leary said. You will see a change in the when the budget comes out in this new Health and Human Services Department. It will have grown as makes sense. But there is so much overlap, which is one of the reasons why this is such a beautiful partnership to bring DCC under Health and Human Services.
Counselor Moulton, then Counselor Maori.
Thank you. I echo my colleagues' thanks to the mayor and Director O'Leary, Director Donovan for their very impressive presentation tonight. But what's behind it is extraordinary, I believe. And someone said this is a historic moment. I agree with that. I think that words really matter. And just to reflect on a few of the words that have been used during tonight's conversation. First of all, the title, Health and Human Services, to me elevates this mission to recognize that we're at a time where physical health, social and mental, emotional health is critical for our community. And I think that some of the underlying themes of equity and serving the most vulnerable in our community are also very, very important as guiding principles. And I also feel that locating the Department of Community Care in the Health and Human Services takes advantage, as has been said, of existing resources and really sets up the Department of Community Care to succeed and be a partner that will help take Health and Human Services in different and far-reaching directions. So I'm extremely supportive of this and applaud everyone who has been involved. Thank you.
Counselor Maori.
Yeah, as a public health nerd, I was just thrilled to see this. It was when I entered the field in the 90s, I mean, it's just expanded so much. It's kind of had to. And I think this is, I mean, what public health is about these intersections of all sorts of things, of equity and mental health and municipal services. I just think it's such a, I think it's going to be a milestone and a legacy in your time as mayor. And I think you're really bringing us to a great place. And when I think about our future challenges, I think about climate emergencies and I think about even things of, when we passed the plastics reduction ordinance, and I was thinking, that's something that the health department has to enforce, and the whole idea of like the health department as an enforcing agent, and really how we need to really give attention and structure to it and bolster our health department, because I think that's our future here. Is this world it's a tough place, and one thing we don't talk about a lot with climate emergency is the fallout in terms of mental health that happens, or I think more the pandemics come out of climate emergencies. And so I think we really need to give attention now and bolster our health department. And this is the perfect way. I'm just completely thrilled. My only concern when I first heard about it was like the autonomy of the community care department, because I think you're still in a creative phase, and I don't want that kind of, I want you to have enough structure and support, but I also want you to be able to expand, because I think the original vision was, let's try the task force that will focus on mental health, but let's entertain other aspects that could be offer alternatives to policing when it's appropriate. And so I would like to see that. I'd like to see that flexibility in the community care department there. For example, I think you need to get some solid legs for a while on your plans and not overexpand. But I think we really need to think about alternatives for domestic violence survivors, gender-based violence, trauma survivers, because that is a place where just the police department, the structure, culture, but just really the limitations of policing, very often fail victims and survivors. So I'd like to see, some flexibility for the community care department to expand that way. But I think it's just the perfect structure, I guess a question to Sean was that you're feeling pretty good about your, your ability to kind of have that structure and keep creating this department, which is because, of course, we have this wonderfully already established health department. So I hope you're feeling, maybe you could answer that, that you have that good balance there.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Maori. I do feel, as I think Councilor Perry said, I do feel excitement about this collaboration, and it's something that the Policing Review Commission already kind of laid forth as a compass, as we've all said. One thing I did want to just address is I think sometimes the words we use can point us in the wrong direction. So like, just to kind of talk about some of the conversations I've had related to so-called domestic violence, I think sometimes that gets to be an umbrella term for a whole host of different interactions. Like sometimes, I mean, just to get a little, not too explicit, but sometimes it's about assault and battery, sometimes it's about conflict and dispute. And I think there's a range, just having talked to some of the community advocates that work at the police department, but are from the Center for Women and Community and Safe Passage and other groups, there's a range of what we can kind of disrupt. And so I think that when being in public health, it means that we also have more of a history of focusing on prevention. Our own health department has done a lot when it comes to substance use prevention and beyond that. And I think we have the ability to both do prevention work and aftercare work, even if there is actual violence that maybe it was harder for our team to confront at first. I have talked to people about both like preventative and aftercare supports that maybe are not getting, maybe that's part of the gap that's missing right now when it comes to so-called domestic violence. But I think when it comes to like mental health, domestic violence, like sometimes those hide more complexities that gets fit under that umbrella. And it's about like, how do we understand what's actually happening in our community? So I hear you. And I think I'm trying to get back past these big labels to understand, what does this actually look like in our community? And are the big labels we're giving things maybe, hiding more of the ways we can kind of lean into these conversations more. So it's a little philosophical, but I know we're also going to take it to the dispatch data analysis with some of our consultants, and just keeping the conversation on like what community members can give us feedback around. I've already had conversations with people who were part of a violent incident at a drop-in center this past year. And a lot of folks said, the person who created the violence had left by the time the police arrived. And what people really needed was care. What people needed was sort of a holding emotional space because people were traumatized. And of course, police maybe have a role to figure out like how to address this situation too. But the actual act of violence was over. And so people really needed a situation. They needed care. They needed to process. And so sometimes police do that. Sometimes that's not their role. They have a lot to do. So these are just some examples. I'm just trying to be more descriptive. But yeah, definitely feel supported working with Michelle and Director O'Leary. And feel like, we have a lot we could work on. So thank you.
Yeah, well, congratulations to all of you.
Councillor Elkins.
Yeah, hello. So I sometimes you feel like you just don't have anything new to say, except for that I do feel like it bears repeating. Congratulations, Mayor Shara and Sean and to Meredith, everybody. It's just fantastic work to pull this all together. I very much believe that public safety is public health. They are one and the same. They must be integrated in every way. So I'm very excited to see this. I think that pulling the Department of Community Care into the Health Department is absolutely the way to go. I have been interested to see how we were going to access. I know, and I know from my work, and I know from my involvement in police reform work and all kinds of things that are going on across the country, that there's just so much imagination and creativity around imaginative ideas like this, and people are ready to fund these things, and people are ready to support cities and municipalities and jurisdictions that are working to do these things. So I'm so excited to see us putting this into place, and I think that putting it under the new Department of Health and Human Services is absolutely the way that we're going to get the best access to the best resources and be a leader. I'm so excited that we're going to be a leader. So I echo everything that everybody says. I'm so glad to be here with all of you as we put it on its feet. And I look forward to seeing, where we go next. So congratulations to all of you. It's great work.
Counselor Jarrett.
Thanks. Thanks to all of you for really working to hold the principles of the Policing Review Commission's report in crafting this. You've really outlined this ambitious vision. It's very exciting. And I'm also looking forward to hearing from the public at our next meeting during the public hearing. I did have a question about, so the Board of Health and the mayor both will oversee this department in some way. Could you talk about their roles in leading, setting policy or direction?
Meredith, do you want to talk about the Board of Health? I actually see a member of the Board of Health here tonight too.
So with the charter change back in 2011, it actually went from the Board of Health overseeing the health director to a shared supervision from the Board of Health and the mayor to supervise the health director. So I don't see much changing. I feel that, the Board of Health still has its role in setting policy to protect the public. So I feel that much of what they do will just emulate what they've been doing, since the creation of the Board of Health here in Northampton. What I'm super excited about is that I have such a diverse, unique Board of Health that has, backgrounds and disciplines and expertise in different fields, and what they can bring to the table to help me vision where this is going. I'm super excited for that. I had actually planned on telling them about this rollout at what was supposed to be our meeting tonight, which wasn't. So I think they're all kind of hearing this for the first time in detail. So hi, Cynthia. She's our Board of Health member. But yeah, I'm excited for the value that they're going to have to help me with vision through all of this, because they have been just an amazing group of people to work with and for, pre-COVID and during COVID. So I hope that answers your question, Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, I think so. The Board of Health sets policy and helps with vision, and the mayor helps to enact that and figure out the day-to-day. And so I think that helps. Thank you.
I have a question for the mayor and for the future commissioner. What's the difference between a director and a commissioner?
I've asked the same question. Meredith, do you want to give the answer that you gave me as we were deciding nomenclature?
What was the answer I gave you?
Or maybe it was the chief of staff that we'd had a conversation about this. So a commissioner, that's often how Health and Human Services have commissioners, but we felt that this was an important way to recognize that in addition to community care, there are now sort of multiple divisions that are under Health and Human Services, and that this is just sort of another way to explain this change in the structure of the department, and that it has these sort of it has sort of a holistic approach with these different divisions under it. Maybe that's not the best description. Meredith, feel free to jump in.
No, sure. No, you absolutely said it right. But it also elevates the position of the health director to commissioner, because under the divisions, you will also have directors of the division. So there would just, in terms of hierarchy, that's how it's structured in all of the health and human services.
And we have one other commissioner in the city right now, which is the building commissioner. And sort of the analogy between these two departments that we made is the building commissioner handles sort of all the aspects of a house, right? So whether it's inspections for electrical or plumbing, it's sort of this holistic approach to that. And this is the same, but for health and human services. It's all going to be under this umbrella.
Okay, I'll go with that answer. So, yeah, I just want to say, so I want to say a few things here. First, I think this is a long time coming for Northampton to actually have human services as part of the services that we deliver. I've been in human services for, like 30 years now, and that here in Northampton, there's other cities and towns that actually have this component. There's an office you go to, and there's like a social worker, or there's some programs run out of like a human services department, and that we've flirted with it. We've had different models where we've collaborated with different regional agencies. I know, like through the Regional Employment Board, and through the collaborative, and through there's been all of these different efforts, but it's never actually completely sat with Northampton. And I think that's one of the critical pieces here, is that that Northampton is saying that we're going to be the center of this discussion, this group that goes on. You're going to come into our space, and whether it has to do with the DCC or the Resilience Hub, and that you're here working with us, but we're kind of more in the role of calling the shots and not asking people. Yeah, we're still partnering with people for them to show up, but we're much more in the center of making things happen. And I think this is a really good, it's a critical step for us to be making right now. The need for the service gap that we have in this city, especially around our houseless population. And I really applaud Sean for the work that he's done. That one of the first things he's been doing is he's going out to get to know who those populations are. Yep. And that and what their needs are, and that that as somebody who's in human services, it's all about the relationships. It's about meeting people where they live and where they are, and that we're creating something that is going to start to step into that service gap. That it's not about calling ServiceNet or the police or whoever to show up and here's a problem. It's like that you're getting deeper into what's going on to invite the other services in sooner. So maybe with the hope of avoiding crisis, and with the hope of bringing better services, and getting people to thrive rather than to struggle and be so at risk. So I think this is a great thing. I wish we could make it faster. And I know, I also from human services, I know that it's hard to make things fast. But I over the next year, I'm going to be nudging on that one. And I want to see, and I'll do anything I can to work with you guys to get things up and going. I have some network within this valley around human services, and I can help you out with that. So anyway, yeah, this is terrific. And Mayor, really well done pulling this together. And yeah, I'm excited, and I'm also what is it? What is the word? I have this sense of sadness at the same time that we didn't get here sooner, but we're here, and this is the place we are, and we got the work we need to do. So that's my thoughts. All right, what do we do with this?
Councillor Foster. Has hand raised.
Councillor Foster?
Thanks, Councillor Nash. I won't take it personally that you didn't see my hand up. I
sorry,
should use my virtual hand, Councillor Labarge style tonight.
You need a bear in the room.
I do. I need a bear and a virtual hand, but
I'll send them over to you, Karen.
and I apologize. My internet had cut out, so I missed a bit of the beginning of the discussion. So, you know, I really appreciated, Sean and Meredith, your presentation and hearing your thoughts and your background. And I would just like to echo the enthusiasm. I share what I've heard from my colleagues as well. And just the one point I didn't hear made, and apologies if it was made, but you know, a lot of times there's fairly well-deserved cynicism from many of the people who will be impacted by the work that you all are doing. You know, people who feel rightfully so have been left behind and don't necessarily feel a part of the process. And I know that it was a big leap of faith a couple of years ago when the Policing Review Commission was formed for you know, the community to kind of trust that this was work that would actually have impact. And you know, it's just I know, as Councillor Nash pointed out, these things go slowly, but they're going. And you know, that especially that such a significant recommendation was that this be housed in the health department. And here we're looking at this restructuring to expand how we care for people in our city, and how central the role of the Policing Review Commission was to that. It's just, I'm just really glad to see it. So just wanted to bring that up too.
Thank you, Council. So per our rules, there's really nothing to do if we're done discussing. We are going to do a public hearing on this at our next meeting. And
According to the charter, there's a public hearing that needs to happen for an administrative order. And then,
yes, and that'll be at our next meeting.
correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
It just seems so anticlimactic to have the discussion and then
Yeah, we need
that's it.
If we were British, we'd have something like a here or a bravo. I don't know.
I was about to say, maybe we could get Counselor Nash a gavel and he can, you know, do an end of discussion, end of agenda item.
Or some transition music.
That's even better.
Sounds
That's much better.
Counselors, we could all do a here, and then move on to the next item.
Could we get a quick break? Could we get a 5 minutes?
Okay, so I think that closes.
Councillor Nash, may I just say one more thing? I'm sorry. I
Go
just
ahead.
like to say one more thing, Councillor Nash. Thank you. So first of all, I want to say thank you for all the support and kind words to all the councillors and mayors. Like, having your support behind us really, huge gratitude. I can't say how much that means to our team hearing this tonight. But I'd also be remiss right now if I just didn't take the opportunity, because the timing is just so perfect, as May is Mental Health Awareness Month, which is a national movement to increase awareness, to end stigma, and support those with mental illness. early screening, public education, advocacy, and appropriate accessible services are essential for the fight against stigma. So I just wanted to give a shout out. I know you guys have done proclamations in the past for this, but I again would be remiss if we didn't tie this up, end up with just a shout out to May being Mental Health Awareness Month.
Very, very much like a commissioner there. Thank you. And I believe I saw Counselor Perry's hand.
Yes, could we celebrate with a quick 5-minute break?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, okay, 5-minute break, everybody, and we'll see you at, here, I'll give you a time. Oh, Mike. 10, let's make it 10:42.
Thank you, Michelle, Meredith, and Sean.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you
thank
all.
you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Meredith.
And Michelle too.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
as we discussed, I'm going to need to go. I'm exhausted. So.
reading and a third on second reading. The first one up is resolution 22.101, a resolution in opposition to a Proposition 22 clone ballot initiative. This is in first reading, and the sponsors are, I believe it's Councilor Jarrett and Councilor Gore.
Yeah.
I'm going by memory. I can't pull it up here. Where is it? So
Screen share.
and so what I my policy is the sponsors get to read their own resolution.
Rachel.
So who wants to give this a shot?
I can read it.
Counselor Gore, yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Whereas for society to work fairly for everyone, large tech companies like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash should follow the same rules as every other business. And whereas Uber and several of these giant tech companies do not pay into Social Security, do not pay important business taxes, and do not pay their workers fairly or consistently by the same rules that apply to all businesses in Massachusetts. And whereas Attorney General Healy is currently suing Uber and Lyft for failing to follow our law. In an attempt to escape these violations, the companies have filed House Bill 1234 and a 2022 state ballot referendum question asking Massachusetts legislators and voters to grant them special exemptions from our labor, civil rights, and consumer protection laws. And whereas the big tech sponsored bill exempts these gig economy companies from paying into Social Security and unemployment, which would cost Massachusetts taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars, and weakening these programs for everyone, and also attempts to shield these companies from liability and financial responsibility if customers or members of the public are injured. And whereas the bill, if passed, would create a permanent underclass of low-wage, mostly Black, brown, and immigrant workers by allowing these companies to pay their workers less than minimum wage and provide few, if any, benefits. And whereas at a moment of racial reckoning in our country, the bill would exclude office-based workers from the robust protections against racial discrimination and sexual harassment under the Massachusetts Civil Rights Act, MGLC 1518. And according to many leading voices, passing this bill would be among the biggest steps backwards in the fight for equity and opportunity at work since the passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And whereas last year in California, the same companies pushing House Bill 1234 spent more than $200 million to win a ballot initiative campaign. And now these companies believe they can buy a law to avoid paying into Social Security, avoid paying taxes, and harm workers and consumers. And whereas big tech executives seek to present a false choice, suggesting that if low-wage workers are given any control over their schedules, they must sacrifice the rights and benefits our laws provide. Yet there is nothing that prevents these companies from offering flexible scheduling while also following our civil rights and labor laws today. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of Northampton joins many workers, community, faith, environmental justice, racial justice, labor, civil rights, and consumer advocates to urge the Massachusetts legislature and the residents of Northampton to oppose House Bill 1234 and the proposed 2022 state ballot initiative. And be it further resolved that the administrative assistant to the City Council shall send a copy of this resolution to Representative Lindsay Sabadosa and Senator Joe Comerford, Attorney General Maura Healy, and West Mass Labor Federation, and Massachusetts is not for sale.
Thank you. Would the sponsors like to speak to their resolution?
Yes, I will speak to it first. So as a person who uses Uber and DoorDash, this ballot question poses many concerns to me. The ballot question proposed by Big Tech attempts to shield the companies from responsibility for any injury or harm to riders. So if there's an accident or you're assaulted or harassed when you're having an Uber or a Lyft ride, they can take no responsibility. You'll have to sue the individual driver and not Uber or Lyft. And also, if this ballot question passes, companies will turn to consumers to offset the hundreds of millions of dollars that they will spend on pushing the ballot question. So as a consumer, I don't want to pay more because they're pushing this ballot question and they're paying for it. And in California, the prices went up and the gig economy for consumers because of the ballot initiative. And also, as far as civil rights goes, the driver workforce is majority Black, Brown, and immigrant, and it would be a tremendous racial injustice for these groups of workers to be excluded from basic worker rights. Big tech drivers and delivery workers already often make less than minimum wage. And it would, like the resolution said, it would create a class of workers that make very low wages. And it's not fair to the workers, it's not fair to the consumers, and it shouldn't be passed.
Thank you, Counselor.
I can speak.
Counselor
Good.
Jarrett.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you, Councillor Gore, for doing this resolution with me. I'd also like to thank Waltham City Councillor Jonathan Pass and Lydia Wood of the Western Mass Area Labor Federation for their help with this resolution, as well as the resources of the Massachusetts is Not for Sale Coalition. And I would point you to that organization if you're looking for more detailed information about the things that we referenced in the resolution. So for more than a century, workers, well, for longer than that, but workers have been fighting for better protections at their jobs. And Massachusetts has strong workers' comp, unemployment insurance, paid sick time, paid family medical leave requirements, along with options to make sure that everyone can afford health insurance. And so if this bill or ballot measure passes, these protections will be eroded. And who's going to pay either the individual workers, or if they're unable, the state, in the form of subsidies to premiums and other social service lifelines. So, the big tech companies essentially want us to pay instead of them. And many have argued that the business model that these companies are putting forward is actually unsustainable, and it's been propped up by venture capital, driving other businesses such as taxis out of business and relying on the exploitation of workers. So there's a recent study by the University of California at Berkeley, and that they assert that California's ballot initiative reduced the guaranteed hourly wage from $15.60 to $5.64. So the initiative is misleading, and by pouring millions of dollars into targeting campaigns to affect the election, which will far outspend any grassroots groups, they may prevail. And so I'm asking us to take a stand here, along with many other municipalities and organizations and businesses, to make sure that people understand the issue and that they can cast an informed vote.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Elkins.
Yes, I want to thank Councilors Gore and Jarrett for bringing this resolution. I think this resolution and speaking with a unified voice, which I hope, it's my expectation that this will pass this council, and I certainly am going to support this resolution when we come back to vote on it. But I think this is incredibly important to stand with other organizations and municipalities who are saying with a unified voice that we stand in support of labor and of workers, and that that the things that folks who oppose this and who are are the what Uber is trying to, and the gig big tech companies are trying to achieve here is simply an unfair playing ground as compared to other business owners, is for the labor market and for consumers. It all around is a bad deal. And so I very strongly support this resolution and look forward to voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Labarge, then Councillor Maori.
Yes, I'm going to support this. It almost reminds me of the resolution that we did on the workers, the farmer workers, of getting the minimum wage and being treated with respect and dignity and being treated equally. And I don't get it. Why these huge corporations? I think they can, just because they have so much money, they can do what they want to do. And to me, no, that is not the way it's done. Everybody should be treated equally, from whoever you are, and even your businesses, your small businesses who struggle, and for them to get away with what they want to do. I can't go that way. I will support this, definitely. And thank you, Councillor Jarrett and Councillor Gore, for working on this. This is extremely important. Thank you.
Councillor Maori.
Yeah, I want to just, I want to thank Councillor Gore and Councillor Jarrett. I'm glad that you picked this up. It's a kind of more complex, or at least public-facing complex issue than even fair share amendment, and because I think the fair share amendment kind of directly impacts everyone, and this will indirectly impact and directly impact folks. But I think the education, I really learned a lot even from your explanations. But I've seen a lot of ads. So, you know, it's just the campaign. I don't think people understand the amount of money and the amount of motivation these corporations have, and it's scaring me, because I'm not even really, I don't even know. Am I even watching TV? I'm seeing so many ads, and I can't even tell you where I'm seeing them.
It's huge.
Yeah. So, and it's really in peril. I mean, there's no guarantee that, you know. So I think this is one that particularly needs our support. And we have to look at the bigger vision of what precedent we're setting and what we're saying about labor. So I appreciate that you brought this forward. Thank you.
Okay. This is on first reading, and I just want to say that, yeah, any company that's trying to get out of paying taxes, especially around Social Security, I mean, it's just like, it's part of the basic, contract with, between, with workers in this country, and that, we have an entire, system for people to retire, people to have benefits when they're injured based on, people paying these basic, fees, these basic taxes. So, yeah, I'm going to support this. So, any more discussion? This will be up for approval at our next meeting. Okay, seeing none, we have item 22.103, resolution in support of the Edward P. Boland Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Leeds. And the sponsors are, I believe, Councillor Maori, Councillor Labarge, and then Councillor Gore?
And the mayor.
And the mayor. Okay, cool. So Who wants to, I'll leave it to you guys to do some
I'll
reading.
start it off first.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And
Council.
either Rachel or Jamila can finish off. On the second page, I'll read it up until therefore. How's that?
And then Counselor Gore, why don't you take it from there? You
Yeah.
did such a good job. Now we know.
Alert from updates available.
Okay. A resolution in support of the Edward P. Boland Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Leeds, Mass. Whereas America's veterans have sacrificed their safety and well-being to serve our country and community and deserve our utmost support and respect. Whereas the United States Veterans Bureau opened a neuropsychiatric and medical hospital at 421 Main Street in Leeds on what is known as Bear Hill in May of 1924 to fulfill our nation's sacred obligation to care for veterans and in a manner described by then President Calvin Coolidge of Northampton as no duty imposed upon us of greater importance than prompt and adequate care of our disabled. And whereas the city of Northampton had noticed a great relationship over these many years with the federal government to ensure the medical staff in Leeds receives the best support and is today proud of the thousands of Northampton residents who since 1924 have served on the grounds of the Edward P. Boland Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in all capacities in providing the highest standard of care and services to veterans and beneficiaries. And whereas the United States Department of Veterans Affairs in Washington, D.C. in March 2022 announced its recommendations to the Federal Asset and Infrastructure Review Commission to close the VA Medical Center in Leeds, a deeply flawed recommendation that is not based on the current and significant demonstrated needs of our veterans, and it is no way consistent with the VA's own core values of integrity, commitment, advocacy, respect, and excellence. And whereas any reduction in services on the VA Leeds campus will have a profoundly negative impact on the more than 80,000 veterans who live in our rural region of central and western Massachusetts, forcing veterans to travel further and jeopardizing the care they have come to expect and deserve from the VA Medical Center closest to where they live. And whereas 100 million has already been invested in the VA Medical Center over the past decade in a large multi-phase expansion and renovation project with local construction contractors and other community craftspeople investing their labor to maximize the VA Leeds existing facilities, enabling it to continue as a center of excellence for veteran mental health for all in New England, in an ongoing evolution described by VA leaders as transformational and an investment for generations to come. Okay. Whereas to this end, the VA Medical Center offers veterans the following service in alphabetical order: addiction and substance abuse care, audiology and speech, blind and low vision rehab, cardiology, COVID-19 vaccines, caregiver support, dental/oral surgery, dermatology, diabetic care, homeless veteran care, infectious disease, LGBTQ, and veteran care, laboratory and pathology, MOVE, weight management, mental health care, minority veteran care, neurology, nutrition, food, and dietary care. ophthalmology, orthopedics, PTSD care, patient advocates, pharmacy, physical medicine, and rehab, podiatry, primary care, psychiatry, pulmonary medicine, radiation oncology, radiology, rehab, and extended care, returning service member care, smoking and tobacco cessation, social work, suicide prevention, surgery, telehealth, urology, vocational rehab, and employment programs, whole health, women's and veterans care, all in one location. Okay, Jamila.
Therefore, let it be resolved that the city of Northampton strongly urges the federal government to continue to allow the Edward P. Bolin VA Medical Center to provide the accessible, quality healthcare and services our veterans deserve, and calls on President Biden and the United States Congress to defeat any attempt to close the Edward P. Bolin VA Medical Center or any move towards the privatization of our veterans' healthcare. Therefore, be it further resolved that the administrative assistant to the city council shall cause a copy of this resolution to be sent to President Joseph Biden, VA Secretary of Veteran Affairs Dennis McDonough, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator Edward Markey, Representative Jim McGovern, and the chairs of the United States Senate and House Committees on Veterans Affairs, Senator John Tester, Representative Mark Takano, Central Hampshire Veteran Service Director Stephen J. Connor, VA Central Western Massachusetts Medical Center Director Dwayne B. Gilfage.
Thank you.
Thank you. So sponsors, who would like to speak?
Mayor would like to chime in. We were very honored to have a special guest sponsor.
Well, thank you. And I thank the sponsors for very generously including me on this resolution. At the veterans listening session with Congressman McGovern, which was a little bit over 2 weeks ago, we heard firsthand from veterans and their families served by the VA, as well as from staff that work there. And I would say it was impossible not to be profoundly moved by their stories of the care that they received, and for some, how they truly felt that their lives were saved by the services that they have gotten there. So this proposal of closing the VA in Leeds is so wrong on many levels. As the resolution states, it's just wrong economically because it doesn't take into account the over $100 million investment in upgrades that's happened here in the last few years, or the planned additional $93 million. It's like it doesn't acknowledge those huge amounts of taxpayer dollars that have been spent and are planned, and kind of pretends they haven't happened. And it is, of course, wrong morally because it doesn't take into account the real, true human costs that would be suffered, including for the veterans who would not access care any longer because of increased travel or lack of transportation, or other reasons, because we heard stories about the things that make this facility unique and especially well suited for those suffering from post-traumatic stress, substance use disorders, those relying on the mental health services there. And the psychiatric treatment program there is one of the very best in the country. So that loss is not something that any veteran should bear, nor the added stress that the potential of this closing is causing veterans now. We've heard from people who the idea that this could close is causing them really undue and unnecessary stress. For me, it was really particularly powerful hearing from female vets that for them, this is a facility that excels at care for women, and they heartbreakingly expressed that this was care there was the first time that they really felt their needs and their women's health issues were even acknowledged, that they were at all recognized as women and the needs that they had as veterans who are women. and at any other facility that had been disregarded. So these are just some of the reasons why I'm really grateful for the council joining in this fight for as long as we need to fight to put an end to even this idea of closing the center in Leeds. And I am really grateful that there is universal support for this fight from the Western Mass State Delegation, of course, from our state senator Comerford, who said that she's in session tonight, otherwise she would be here. Our reps, Lindsay Sabadosa, who's been fighting this, as well as Congressman McGovern, who is leading the charge at the federal level, along with Senators Warren and Markey, both of whom I've spoken to about this and like are fighting and ready to keep fighting with us, and other members of Congress as well. So I thank the council for joining in this fight, and we will just, as long as we have to, we will make sure that this center stays open and serves people as beautifully as it has. So thank you so much for including me. It really means a lot to me.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Labarge.
Thank you. We had that meeting at the VFW, I think it was April 20th on a Wednesday. I knew several of the veterans there. And there's our mayor sitting up at the head table with McGovern and them. And all of a sudden, one of the veterans on the right-hand side started speaking. And it hit her. It hit her. I saw her eyes water. The stories that we heard that Wednesday night hit you right in the heart, hit you in the heart. And I know, I can tell you, being a family of veterans, my husband, the beginning of the Vietnam War, his brother, Elmer, and his brother, John. Richard and his brother, John, served in the Army and his brother in the Marines. I can go through the list. It's phenomenal in our family. And what I heard at that meeting for the veterans is absolutely true with what they were saying. I have one resident on my ward that couldn't come there to talk about it, about how he was in Vietnam, and him and other veterans were placed in cages, wooden cages, and lowered into the water. And he was able to survive that, but one of his best friends did not, because of the rats that were placed in the water. He never came back. So what you heard about cancer also, we heard a lot about cancer that night. And even the veteran woman who talked about her cancer. And it's because of them being in Vietnam and working with these dangerous chemicals. They're not going to admit it, but we know for a fact what chemicals can do to your body. I think Mayor had sponsored the one we did for the Holyoke Soldiers Home with the deaths of 7 of our veterans here in the city of Northampton, along with Michael Quinlan and I. It's unbelievable what is happening to our veterans. Our veterans who, every one of you in your families are safe every night. Your children and you can, and your husbands can close your eyes because you know you're being safe. And without our veterans, men and women, we probably would not be safe. Just being there that night, I said, and I went up to Councilor Rachel Mayor and said, we need to go ahead and do a resolution on this. She said, yes, let's do it as quickly. And I want to thank her. I want to thank Jamila and the mayor, because when I mentioned about asking the mayor, I knew she would come forth because of just seeing her trueness and caring about what she heard that night. It hit you, all of us, in our heart. I have to also thank John Paradas, who helped Michael Quinlan and I with the resolution for the Holyoke Soldiers Home. Him and I had a monthly talk on the phone and also emailing back each other to make the wording very strong on this. And Steve Connors made a little change. Rachel was able to get a hold of Barbara Godden's daughter, who was the veteran woman who spoke that night. And this is amazing of exactly how much treatments they can get there. And to close a place down, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So thank you for the 3 sponsors. And hopefully that our counselors will all support this. Thank you.
Mia?
Well, are the sponsors through?
I was waiting
Go
for
ahead. Rachel, you want to talk?
I do. I was going to speak to Councilor Gore. I was embarrassed because I had my mic off and when the mayor was talking, I'm like, oh yeah. But maybe you didn't hear I'm a very noisy listener. But any case, really glad to have you all sponsor and because it was a difficult thing to listen to and it felt good to work together and I found Rep McGovern he's such a great guy. I mean he's really gonna fight. I mean he was reassuring, but he also we know there's a fight. So I it's late. I just want to say that the reason is funny because when we're reading I was thinking it's so tedious to list all the services, but when I saw the services all in one location, I felt like that was the whole point, how tedious there's so many services that it's like droning on almost. And what the mayor said is, is so true about, the reality of being, aging veterans and what's the reality? Are they really going to get on a bus and go and seek these services out individually, these specialized services in all sorts of places? And we know what the answer is. It's not. They're not going to. So effectively, they're going to lose their continuity of care if this shuts down. And also, I got under my craw too, Mayor, about the, wasting and kind of just the kind of like glossing over the wasting of $100 million of taxpayer money. I mean, I just went up there. They're under construction. They just built this like beautiful outdoor wheelchair accessible workout, center outside and then the rain garden for the families. It's so thoughtful and it kind of just personally drives me bananas. But we know that this really isn't, we all know it's not about the vets and what's best for vets. It's really about whatever. We don't maybe know exactly, but I know it's about privatization of healthcare, which is happening everywhere.
Right.
And so this is, we know this is also a truly special place and it's worth fighting for, and that's what we're doing. So thank you.
Councilor Gore.
I agree with what all the other sponsors said, and thank you for including me on this resolution. It was really moving to be at that listening session a couple weeks ago with the veterans. And I was awed by the number of veteran suicides that happened. And they were saying that at the VA, they have one of the best PTSD units in the country. And to have that go away, it would be a shame. And I think that it was really profound to hear that so many vets said that they wouldn't be here, they wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for the VA hospital. And that really was a profound thing to hear them say. And it was really good to just take that all in. And so I'm really happy to be a part of this resolution and be a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Councilor Gore. Councilor Elkins.
And I apologize to the sponsors. I didn't mean to jump the gun.
And
it's and it's late, so I won't say much except for to say that one thing, like everyone else, I'm absolutely going to be happy to vote in favor of this resolution. The only thing I would add to it is that in my time as a criminal defense attorney working with the public defender, that I have encountered I have encountered the VA hospital and the Soldier On program in Leeds throughout my career, and I just want to emphasize that you cannot possibly, for the folks who went to that listening session that I wasn't able to go to, but I have known for years throughout my entire career that the Veterans Hospital in Leeds just touches so many lives in so many ways, and it was just been such a valuable resource for my clients and their families over the years in ways that are incredibly just irreplaceable. It's just unbelievable to have that resource in our community for our veterans. And I was coming into them in contact in some really dire and difficult situations, and it was just some of the best community support that I experienced on behalf of my clients, and that I've encountered in my career. So this will be a tremendous loss, and we really must fight it. And I'll be happy to add my name and my vote in favor of this resolution.
Thank you.
Councilor Moulton.
As will I. I too was at that 2-hour session on April 20th, and it was extremely powerful. It's one of the most powerful experiences I've had in Northampton. These were very, very personal stories, very difficult in many cases, I'm sure, to tell and difficult to listen to. But it was telling, not just in the evidence of the quality of care, the very sensitive treatment that's given there at the Leeds hospital, but also I'm convinced that, as the mayor and others have said, that if it closes, there will be veterans who go without care, and that's really the tragedy of it. And this, as Jim McGovern said that night, paper pushers, bean counters don't take these stories into consideration when they're making recommendations like this one to close this facility. And we do need a solid partnership locally, state, and with the federal delegation. And I'm very pleased for contributing the support from the council to fight the battle.
Okay, I'm going to say something. So first of all, I just want to say, and this kind of relates to our Department of Community Care, that when you limit access to services, it's a way to cut your budget. It's a way to balance a budget. And that has been going on with human services for several decades now. When you make it really hard to get employment services, when you make it hard to get, mental health services, people don't follow up. And when you make the whole system too hard to access, the people go away and they don't take advantage of it. And that I'm afraid that that's actually at work here. That when you're making somebody drive to Hartford or to Boston to get services, that a lot of people aren't going to go. You're just going to, is it worth it? And is it in the stories about the amount of time that some of these folks, these vets spend trying to get to these services, it's just phenomenal. So that's one thing I wanted to say. And that also, being at that meeting, that vets don't talk. They don't talk. And those vets in that meeting were talking, and that it was very profound that to have the story shared, and that the level of intimacy of that I credit Steve Connor for he'd be able to walk around the room and put his hand on folks' shoulders and hand them that microphone, and they laid it out there, what their struggles are, what they need these services for. And and you heard that, the service and the bravery, that they demonstrated. And so anyway, it's all to say, yeah, I'm with her local vets, and I'm going to support this resolution. And the mayor did tear up, and it was a good thing. Oh, so anyway, anybody else? Councillor Jarrett.
Yeah, all the points I was going to make have already been made, so I'll just say I'm in support, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
I feel like everyone's having their say now, so I will also
go ahead.
that I'm in support. And I'll also say that in my time as a city councilor, there are certain things that resolutions we made that really make me proud to be a councilor. And this is one of them. My grandfather was in the Air Force. My sister also served in the service. She's a police officer in Baltimore now, and I know how important it is to have service, and I know how important that these services are. So thank all of the sponsors of this resolution, and thank you to the rest of the councilors for just being awesome people and really supporting the community.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so that, where are we at on that one? That one's first reading, so that will be up for second reading next time. And also, we'll make sure that there were folks who wanted to speak in public comment to this, and we'll make sure that they get that opportunity at our next meeting. Okay, next up is we have a resolution in support. We have item 22080, resolution in support of the Fair Share Amendment on November 8th state elections ballot.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, move for approval by Councillor Jarrett and seconded by Councillor.
It was Labarge.
Marianne, I'm going to let Marissa have one.
I can have it.
So seconded by Councillor Elkins, and yeah, discussion. Hearing none. Laura, roll call.
Councillor Perry,
Yes.
Councillor Elkins,
Yes.
Councillor Foster. Oh, I'm sorry, of course she's left. Councillor Gore. Yes. Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Moulton,
Yes.
and Councillor Nash.
Yes. Okay, that brings us to one very long set of items. And also Councillor Foster had to leave. She's been struggling with COVID the past week, and she reached her limit, and she hopefully she's in bed right now. Okay, so the consent agenda. I'm going to just be real fast here. I'm going to read some names and stuff. So we have appointments to various committees, to the Arts Council. I just want to, because I love this list of names. These are all people who've been stepping forward. It's great. It makes me happy. All right, for the Arts Council, we have Joella Tarbutton Springfield, and we have Anna Polesny.
Yep.
Okay, for Energy and Sustainability Commission, we have Victoria McGarrell, and for the Housing Partnership, we have Gwen Nabad, who's one of our favorites, who's been showing up. We also have Beverly Bates. For Parks and Recreation Commission, we have Kristen Dardano and Glenn Connolly. And then Paul Foster Moore has his own order here. 22.070, appointment of Paul Foster Moore to the Conservation Commission.
Yep.
His own order. Okay, then next we have appointments to various committees, more, let's see, who else do we have here? We have the Community Preservation Committee, we have Brian Adams. We have the Conservation Commission, we have C. Mason Marin. To Disability Commission, we have Emma Cornwell. To the Historical Commission, we have Martha Lyon. And for the Human Rights Commission, we have Megan Peck, who we all know well from our review of our ordinances last year. Then we have 22.077, in order to appropriate funds to support the Central Services Roundhouse Parking Lot Project. We have 22.078, in order to authorize expenditures of funds from fire department gifts accounts. We have 22.079, in order to appropriate funds for the purposes of enhancing fire prevention services. And then we have a long list of petitions for annual licenses. I'm not going to read them all. I'm just going to read 22.091, annual license, because I called her to ask her how to pronounce her name. It's Sidem Turkamer, who it's for a secondhand dealer license for Laban Natan and Laban Northampton, something like that. Yeah, okay. And then, all right, I'm not going to read all of the folks who we're referring right now to city services, but I do want to read the last referral on the list here, which is item 22.102, appointment of Patrick McCarthy as Central Services Director. And this is to refer him to the Committee on City Services. So that is the consent agenda. Do I have a
Move approval.
So motion's made by Councillor Jarrett, seconded by Councillor Labarge. There's no discussion on the consent agenda. Oh, but does any removals?
Oh, stop it.
No, no removals. I knew that was gonna, all right. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yeah.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, that's like that fire sign theater album where you go back to the beginning to start the story at the end.
I was about to say, it's been a long night when we get back to me voting first.
Okay, so I'm looking at, did we get everything, Laura?
Yes, we did. I believe so.
Okay,
I'd like to move
So-
to adjourn.
yes.
Second it.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Elkins, seconded by Counselor Labarge. No discussion. Go for it, Laura.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes. Do you think Charlene is still here?
Yeah. Well, we are
Let's just
adjourned.
mess with her, yeah.
We
I
are
texted her a while ago and was like, go to bed.
I think she just left her computer open.
Maybe.
Good night, y'all.
I really
I just
hope
hold
so.
it.
We're not
Rachel,
gonna
I just
do
want to thank you for wrangling that meeting to an end so we could get